And in case you find that you want to without wasting time, the theme that will guide all the sessions are here: strengthening and harmonizing the coordination of Catholic Church charity and development organizations operating in Uganda. I hope all of us have the timetable, and you will be guided accordingly. Now we have reached the session for self-introduction. What do we expect from you? One, you can tell us your name, the organization that you work for, and the title in that organization. We have provision for explanation of the program of that organization, where we have what is called the brief by CIMOs. That is where we are going to talk about our programs. I think we can reserve explanation after the introduction to that section. I hope we are all together. Thank you. Can we start the self-introduction by Caritas Uganda? Then we will invite the member organizations to introduce themselves. How many microphones do we have? If it is only one, we have two. Please, Helen. All right, before we begin, I was guided that the person in charge of security for this establishment want to give us guide for only 2 minutes. My friend, can you step forward?
Thank you very much, moderator, for the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, our dear guests, you're almost welcome to Hotel Africana. Good morning. Wow, thank you so much once again for the opportunity. I know I'm not in your agenda. However, safety comes first. All safety starts with me and you. My name is Emmanuel, Security Supervisor, Hotel. I'm here to give us a few safety and security procedures in about 2 minutes only. Ladies and gentlemen, our dear guests, I would like to start with emergency cases. Maybe for instance, in case of fire or any other emergency, we have got like 3 to 4 assembly points. For instance, in case of fire, fire alarm will be activated, or someone may come in verbally shouting fire, fire. Just as you get in through the entrance, that green area is our assembly point number 1. And as you're sloping towards the swimming pool area, that is our assembly point number 2. For our dear guests who parked at the entry, as you're entering the hotel, that area is also our assembly point. Our other dear guests who parked this way, across the mosque, there's another big parking space there. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to talk about food safety. In case you are not yet ready to serve, to eat food, don't serve. Only serve when you are ready to eat. Our hotel is 100% responsible for the safety of food, of our guests before serving them. But once you've served, you are encouraged or required to take maximum responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, again, as Hotel Africana, we pay maximum attention to the security and safety of our guests. We are at all times encouraged also to keep in touch with our property, other personal belonging like a laptop, a phone, and maybe our bags. I'm not saying that because there's no security. No, there's security at Hotel Africana. However, Hotel Africana receives almost an average of 1,000 guests every single day. And also being in the city center, there are also cases of uninvited guests. So maybe also come in. So that's where security now comes in and closely to work with the coordinators, to help us in screening uninvited guests. So ladies and gentlemen, in case of such cases, security can be conducted to help us in that. However, here at Hotel Africana, we haven't registered such cases, but as they say, prevention is better than cure. Ladies and gentlemen, in case of I guess you would like to go out for short call or convenience, we have got 2 locations. If you get through the main entrance and decide to turn on your left, you'll be in position to see the labels on your left-hand side. If you get through the right, still you turn on your right and right, then you'll be in position to see where the labels are. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for the opportunity and for giving Hotel Africana a business. I wish you all a good day. Here at Hotel Africana, we have got our motto which says, you come as a guest, you leave as a friend. I wish you all a good day.
Thank you for that guide. Now we are in the session for self-introduction, and I said the home people will introduce themselves, that is Caritas Uganda, and the diocesan directors. Please, can we go forward?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Vivian Nabukera, Monitoring and Evaluation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Laura Christine Okello, Humanitarian Emergency Coordinator. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. I'm Godfrey Onenthotwi. I head the Research Advocacy and Innovations Department, but also in charge of climate change, environment, and natural resource management.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Richard Kauma, ICT Officer, Caritas Uganda.
Good morning. I am Father Dennis Ochanda, the Assistant National Director, Caritas Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lakepro Simelda, Monitoring and Evaluation Officer. Thank you. Good morning once again. I'm Janikari Helen, Head of Programs, Caritas Uganda. I'm also the National Coordinator for Caritas Internationalist Management Standards and an assessor.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rosemary Bright, a research officer at Caritas Uganda and also in charge of charity. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is David Adong. I work as Assistant Humanitarian Emergency Coordinator, Caritas Uganda. You're welcome.
All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Modua Judith, Head of Credit Assurance, Caritas Uganda. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Flavia Kunihira. I'm the Publicity Officer, Caritas Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Karema Jevas, the driver of Caritas Uganda.
Hello, everyone. You're almost welcome. I'm Grace Najuma, Mrs. Nsamba, Administrative Secretary, Caritas Uganda.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Kavia Godfrey, Transport Manager, Caritas Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adoros Mitala. I'm the Gender Focal Person, and at the same time, I'm the Reintegration Officer.
Good morning, everyone. Second General Leonard I'm in charge of finance in Caritas Uganda. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Forrest Zawedi, Program Accountant, Caritas Uganda.
Thank you very much. My name is Betty Rosa Guti, Policy and Advocacy Specialist, National Coordinator, Uganda Farmers Common Voice Platform. The director will introduce himself at an appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we now go to the decision coordinators or the directors of Caritases in Uganda? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Father Boniface Sokori Achoma, the Director of Caritas Lira. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alan Sebulime, Program Manager of the Central Archdiocese Province Caritas Association, but I'm representing the Director Caritas Kampala.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alum Luana, and I'm the Director for Caritas Moroto.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Father Nyasio Musa, Executive Director, Caritas Kasese.
Good morning. I am from Tororo Archdiocese. I'm the Director of Caritas and I'm called Father Sylvester Okoth. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Father Benson Abiwe Kango, the Director, Caritas Nebi. Thank you.
Good morning to all of you. I'm called Mr. John Bosco Komakech Aludi. I am the Director of Caritas Archdiocese of Gulu. At the same time, a member of the Commission of the National Caritas Uganda. Thank you. Do we have any that probably we left out? Some are just arriving. Anyway, I think let us move forward. We will get to know them with time. Thank you. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, or delegates, I think let us move forward. And I know there are some participants who are online, and these are majorly the senior members. So those who are inside here, can we introduce ourselves? As I said, tell us your name, the organization you work for, and the title. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. My name is Catherine Ogola, and I work for CAFOD. CAFOD is the Catholic Agency for Overseas Development. I'm based in Nairobi. I work as the country representative. Thank you. And I'm here with my colleague.
And the program for Uganda. Thank you.
Morning, my name is Heike Nisner. I'm an advisor, and today I'm representing Caritas Austria. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Helene van der Beek. I'm the country director for Cordate here in Uganda. I'm also the regional director for Cordate, so I also work with our teams in Kenya, Rwanda, and Zimbabwe.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Meda. I'm the representative for Uganda and East Africa region, Caritas International Belgium. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lainey Heil. I'm the head of programming with Catholic Relief Services in Uganda. Our country representative, Michelle Ryan, sends her regards today, but is unfortunately not with us because she's a little unwell. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Connor Walsh, and I am the country director for Caritas Switzerland, and I'm based here in Kampala. Very nice to meet you all.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Ojok Michael. I work with Caritas Arua. I'm representing the country. I'm representing the director. Thank you.
All right. I think we have members who are online. Can we give this moment and listen to them? Those who are online, can we start with the Caritas Korea? I don't know the time zone, but still we are here for you. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. Hello from Caritas Korea. I'm joining this meeting with Father Francis, our executive director. Father, could you introduce?
We are not hearing you, Father Francis, from Caritas Korea.
Yes. Yeah. Here we are at 7 in the afternoon, 3 in the afternoon, and I'm at home, and Father Francis is at our office. So there is some technical problems, I think, and we are so happy to join this meeting today. And thank you for inviting us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go to Caritas Slovakia?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Martin. I'm project manager responsible for cooperation with the partners in Uganda. And I have also my colleague here.
Good morning for everyone. My name is Alena Dostalova, and I work for Children's Donation Project, and we help in the world the poor children and orphans since 1996, and in Uganda we help since 2030. And we cooperate with 3 centers: Gift of Love Center in Adjumani, EIA Center in Buikwe, and Mida Center in Gora District. And I would like to thank you very much that we can get this possibility to join you all online. And it is the special and rare opportunity for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexandra, Caritas Accountant. Can you introduce yourself?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Alexandra Blatnigrol from Caritas Austria, Diocese of Carinthia. I'm responsible for foreign aid in Uganda, Kenya, and in Kosovo. Thank you. Nice to meet you, and it's a pleasure to be inside this meeting today.
Thank you. Do we have any? You will be guiding me if we have left anybody who is online. All right, thank you. Do we have any newcomer from the dioceses around? Yes. Can somebody help me, Helen, with the microphone you can give to him?
Good morning to everyone. I'm Father John Baptist Lule, the director for Caritas Lugazi Diocese. My apologies for coming late. It is due to traffic. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Father Vincent Bialohanga, director of Caritas Kabare.
I think we're already done. And it is very, very important to know who is here in the house for accountability to his lordship. Now let us go to the next item on our agenda. That is now welcome remarks and keynote address. This will be done by Right Reverend Severus Jumba, the President of Caritas Uganda and the Ordinary of Masaka. My Lord, you have been here very punctual, and you have had the round of introduction. These are the delegates from the dioceses in Uganda and Caritas National Office. And also we have the member organizations working in Uganda. We have done this so that we know ourselves and also you know us. Now, as the president of Caritas Uganda, I would like to take this honor to officially invite you to give us the welcome remarks and also the keynote address. Meanwhile, the national director has this opportunity when it's time for presentation. That is where he will introduce himself. I am a communication here. My Lord, you're welcome.
Thank you, John Bosco. Good morning, everybody, and good afternoon. Some of our friends who are attending virtually. I welcome you all to today's conference. We have our theme. Before I go to the theme, I make a short self-introduction. As I've mentioned, I'm Severus Jumba. I'm Bishop of Masaka Diocese, 125 kilometers south of Kampala. I've been bishop for 4 years now, coming to 5 on July 6th this year. I'm also a member of Board of Directors, Centenary Group, and I head the Finance and Investments Committee of the board. In the Catholic Secretariat, I'm the president of Caritas since last year, Caritas Uganda, but I'm also a member of the Finance Committee of the same Uganda Episcopal Conference. I want to welcome you all very heartily. Thank you for keeping the time. And I am happy that our directors at the Secretariat and his team have made this happen. I am reliably informed that it was intended to have happened sometime last year, and it didn't happen. But now it's happening. Praise be God. We have our theme, strengthening and harmonizing the coordination of Catholic Church charity and the development organizations operating in Uganda. It's by providence, not coincidence, that during this week in the liturgy, we have been reading from the 17th chapter of the Gospel according to St. John. And one of the key statements in that chapter concerns unity. I quote chapter 17 of John, verse 21. It's a prayer by Jesus as he bids farewell to his disciples. May they all be one, just as, Father, you are in me and I am in you, so that they also may be in us, so that the world may believe it was you who sent me. By way of application, I think if we are united, people will understand that we are for them, that we are witnesses to the mission of charity which arises from Jesus Christ himself. I want also to quote a document of the Second Vatican Council before I proceed with the text. Gaudium et Spes, on the church in the modern world. Number 26 reads, and I quote, God made us into family. And actually, his nature is also family for us Christians. We believe in God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, 3 persons in one nature. So they are a family. And we should treat one another in a spirit of community. Caritas Norway, Caritas Denmark, Caritas Uganda, CRS. We should treat ourselves as community. We should operate, carry out our works in a spirit of community. I continue with the quote, every social entity must represent the needs and aspirations of other entities or groups, as well as the general welfare of the entire human family. End of quote. I want also to quote from the Catholic Catechism, Catechism of the Catholic Church, number 1948. And it goes, solidarity is an eminently Christian virtue. It's not just social, it's eminently a Christian virtue. It practices the sharing of both spiritual and material goods. So we are duty bound as organizations working under the umbrella of Caritas to be coordinated, to be united, so that we give a vivid witness, a big impact on what we do. It feels good to feel I'm stronger than the other, but it should make us feel better that together we impact, and it's the same people we are serving. I read now, brothers and sisters in Christ, I welcome you all. I believe that all of us here are serving the people of God directly or indirectly on behalf of the Episcopal conferences where we arise from. Let us endeavor to deliver services to people, but also share the responsibility of stewardship of our common home, Mother Earth. That is a quotation from Pope Francis. I want us to deepen and appreciate Caritas' identity and its origin according to Pope Benedict XVI, the church's deepest nature is expressed in threefold responsibility. One, the clergyman, that is proclaiming the word of God. Two, celebrating the sacraments, that is purification. And three, exercising the ministry, which is diaconia, serving, especially with an option for the poor. Those ideas are raised from Deus Caritas Est, paragraph 20. Today, Caritas Uganda is inviting you member organizations of the Caritas Internationalis Fraternity operating in Uganda and in the region to work together. That's a key word, to work together. The path of service to the vulnerable and the marginalized people so that we make a meaningful and lasting impact. You can even say a sustainable impact. As Caritas organizations, we are all working for the common good in line with the principle of the option for the poor. This common good, which forms one of the basic principles of Catholic social teaching, is defined as the sum total of social conditions which enable individuals, families, and organizations to achieve their own fulfillment more fully and more easily. That's what I was saying. It feels good to look a superpower, but it should make us feel better that we are strong or stronger together. How much can we realize this common good individually or in isolation is a question of our coming together today. And as I said before, I quoted that Jesus prays that we may be one, and by so doing be strong witnesses. The option for the poor, which we all subscribe to, emphasizes love reversing worldly values of hierarchies in favor of the poor, the one who is at the bottom of the pyramid, the underprivileged. The Catholic Church has helped us develop structures that stem from the base Christian community. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, although our actions do not discriminate. They are not limited to those who fall under the organization structure of the church. Even others come in, Muslims, traditional practitioners, and even atheists, those who claim to have no belief in God. It's always a claim, but they believe in something. We see through our human history that when either principle of the social teaching of the church is neglected, society tends to revert to another pattern, which is the opposite option for the rich or negligence of the underprivileged. We look at now at the principle of subsidiarity. The principle of subsidiarity is expounded by Caritas Internationalis as the promotion and the strengthening of national, diocesan, and the parish caritas, and the returning the rightful ownership of projects and development process to local communities. By this, Caritas International is inviting us to, the word localize is not good enough, but to be situational, to make ourselves relevant to the people we serve. it doesn't make sense that I come with my own ideas and I impose them when actually the people know better what is pressing them harder or hard. Without subsidiarity, unhealthy competition is imminent. I can't emphasize this any further, especially where both the local and international organizations are competing for the same limited resources, but more especially to appear big to the people they serve, bigger than the other. Desire for any organization to work alone undermines local structures and is a sign of the domineering tendency. It is the common good which determines the limits of subsidiarity, in the sense that it is for the sake of the common good that decisions must be taken at lower level, and as I said, make them relevant to the needs of the people we serve. Subsidiarity is many times referred to as the localization agenda, but as I've said, I believe personally that's not good enough a word. Uganda as a country has witnessed humanitarian and development organizations close. Some have come and closed, including embassies for their various reasons. I was amused only 2 months ago. One organization, I'm in duty bound not to mention the name, had closed in Masaka sometime, I think 6-7 years back. And now they came back asking me, Bishop, can we come back? I told them the doors are open. You are more than welcome. So this phenomenon happens. Some come and they go and they close. Now, strengthened coordination will lead to easy transfer of responsibilities. Yeah. Recently, you said close the program, and they invited my health coordinator. They donated to him 2 trucks. One is a 4-ton truck, another one is a Land Cruiser to take patients around, because they knew him. There was coordination before they closed. This is the point I'm trying to make here. Strengthening coordination leads to easy transfer of responsibilities in case a given charity decides to exit Uganda or the country. My friend of Carford has told me, for her, the country means Kenya and Uganda. Is that right, Catherine? Yeah. Yes. This call for capacity building and accompaniment of local charities will create sustainable and transformative change within the communities. During Caritas Week 2024, we were in Nebi. Father Janvier Kabea, a missionary of the Combon Brothers, highlighted the sport development and the humanitarian response by Catholic charities in Uganda. He called upon us to dig deep, do research. Caritas Uganda, one of them, introduced herself as the research coordinator or director, meaning consolidate resources to create a noticeable impact, so that we are not seen to be running around with big vehicles. So we should endeavor to find what will impact, what will cause change, positive change to the welfare of the people we serve. not just lining them up. We hand out something and we go. Yeah. We must teach them to fish, not just distribute fish to them. By embracing localization and subsidiarity principle, we can leverage on the strength, build synergies, and altogether drive development and humanitarian action that can have a greater impact on the people we serve. I've already said this. It was also noted at that Caritas Week 2024 in Nairobi that Catholic charities in Uganda do not respond to disasters in a timely manner. Mr. Kona has been telling me, you come from Masaka. I heard that there is a rise of the lake level and some people are displaced. And he was wondering why he hears it just by rumors. It's not publicized on our local media. I think it is a shame. The same applies to the whole continent. Everybody speaks about the world in the Middle East, the war in the Middle East and the Ukraine. But Sudan here, not much is exposed to the world. I think something also very bad is happening in Sierra Leone. Okay? Now, Father was challenging us. We should dig deep and be the protagonist to bring this to light, these disasters in our communities. In conclusion, I say fraternal cooperation. Do we have a word for sisterly? Sorry is fraternal. Okay? Fraternal cooperation is part of who we are. As I mentioned above, according to the Catholic Catechism and to the Gaudium et Spes. Fraternal cooperation is part of who we are. It's part of our nature. We are not doing ourselves a feel well service, but we are expressing our very being. It's within the nature of being Caritas that the word actually means you extend a hand, you think of the other, the underprivileged, socially, spiritually, materially. So fraternal cooperation is part of who we are, though out of Caritas history, members have supported and learned from one another as an expression of faith and solidarity. It must therefore be mutually agreed upon in order for enrichment and benefit. By the time we leave this hall, we should be in agreement, in unison, that we have to live in solidarity, we have to operate in solidarity, autonomous, yes, but coordinated. The cooperation and the collaboration has to be honest, transparent, I can also add respectful, and devoid of personal or individual organization vested interests. It must be our common mission to attain the common good. Do I still have some 3-4 minutes? Oh, I'm lucky to hear that. I want to end with a story. Those of you who are a priest here, you have done some church history. Many people think, and one historian has challenged this opinion, that the Christian, you can say philosophy or culture, dominated the Roman empire, because in the 4th century, an emperor by the name of Constantine ordered that all people become Christians. And this historian has contested that opinion, the one I want to share a story from. For him, he says that in the year of our Lord 165, it's believed it was the first outbreak of smallpox. And deadly as it is, it killed in thousands. And for a long period, not like COVID, which tortured us for just months. It's believed it went on for 15 years, that first eruption. And what happened to families? Whenever they realized a member was infected, they would throw them to the street according to the understanding of that time, okay? Isolate them, we can say. And where they isolated those individuals who were infected, there were others who had died and were rotting. And so, basically, you were thrown among rotting bodies. And then the Christians took a bold decision. They thought, according to our philosophy, our religion, we are supposed to be charitable. They started going to the streets, giving water. It was just palliative care, giving water, dressing, washing those fellows who had not passed on yet. And in the process, many of them contracted and they also died, but they continued for a long time. And this historian believes that it was that witness of solidarity and self-sacrifice that caused the mindset for people in the Roman Empire to follow the Christian philosophy, the Christian way of living. And they said, there is something special amongst these people. I think there are many, likewise, there are so many aid giving, some are giving aid which is not really helping, but we should look different as Caritas. One, by our solidarity, but two, by a spirit of sacrifice, not self-seeking, but seeking the welfare, the good, the common good, as we say, the welfare of the people we serve. Thank you for listening. I declare the conference open. I have one humble request, humble apology to make. When the director called me to be here today, this morning, I had already a commitment to attend 2 from 11. So kindly you let me disappear after the 10:30 break. God bless you.
Thank you so much for the opening remarks and a word of welcome by the President of Caritas Uganda. My Lord, we are grateful, and please, can we give him one round of applause? My Lord, on behalf of the persons seated here, we have few requests. One, we are aware of the pastoral work you are doing and you're about to leave us. So the members requested that if it were possible, your opening remarks, you could sign and then leave it with Caritas Uganda for circulation. The second request, before you leave, we create an avenue, we take group photograph. Thereafter, you will leave at leisure. And also, since you are not going to be with us, if there are some issues or concerns or supplements from the members who are here and those who are online, they can ask you some few questions. Otherwise, we are grateful. My Lord, we also have the Director of Caritas Fort Portal, Father Joseph. We have the background of Caritas Hoima, Father Francis. I can also see Caritas Ginger. You're most welcome. And also Caritas Soroti. Can we now go forward? And I've seen Monsignor from Caritas Marara. Father Deus Dedi, thank you for coming. If you have questions, few questions, or supplement to the remarks of my Lord, please, you can raise up your hand and then the microphone will be availed to you. As we are waiting, he was spot on. In summary, he talked about let us be united, be coordinated. Let us feel at home, we feel better. The Bishop talked about increased transparency around resource mobilization. I'm doing this as I wait for any hand which is coming up. Resource mobilization. He also emphasized the importance of working together, embracing local capacity. My Lord also mentioned that there should be robust organization support and capacity strengthening. He said we should reflect on our organizational values and principles. These can all be found in the theory of growing bargain, charter change, and the commitments that are given. My Lord, I'm not seeing anybody raising his or her hand up. That means your communication was well understood. Am I correct? For the sake of peace, it is well understood, my Lord. Therefore, you know, he has pastoral activity that is calling on him. May I request all of us to go in front of the house and then we are taking it from here? Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you for the guidance.
Before we take the photo, I took the quotation from Father, the missionary I mentioned. Father, yeah, John Vian, digging deep. And as I was coming, I read the monitor of yesterday. A certain gentleman wrote, let government invest in agriculture. And so they have a big, we have, because I'm part of government of this country, so that we have a bigger tax base. Agriculture is a very difficult area to invest in. For the banks, for governments, they don't think it will give impact immediately. But the realities of Uganda point to that. 61% of the population are engaged in some form of agricultural activity. Our population is young. Below 30%, I think, formerly they made 75%, below 30 years. And some communities now are engaged in cereal production. But also statistics show that 30% of the cereal is lost after post-harvest because of mishandling, poor management skills and equipment. So I wanted to challenge Caritas, Uganda, and our sister organizations. Why don't we look at this area? Because everybody comes, it's easy to look at the AIDS pandemic, the children, and we are all crowded in there. Can one of us take this risk like those who are caring for the smallpox victims and dive into agriculture to help the people have food security? I think Caritas Uganda put it as #1 priority, food security, but also surplus to sell. But in the event we have picked the skill. How can Caritas come in to assist so that there is minimum post-harvest loss? The market worldwide is huge. I think the need for cereal now is over 500 billion kilograms. Thank you. That was my last remark. I thought you would bring in more. I'm happy I was either very ununderstood or well understood. God bless you once again.
Thank you. We are doing the venue setup. Helen, can you come and then let everybody follow? I request that His Lordship comes and then sit in the middle. And then the CIMO members join him. The diocesan directors and others who will be standing. Thank you. The national director, you will sit next to the bishop. The deputy national director, you will be here. Catherine, you can come here. The CIMO members, we will have time for interaction. The rest of us, we can come and stand behind here, please. Yes. Yeah, okay. The cameraman, can you guide us? Are we okay? We count? 3, 2, 1. I think we are done. Thank you.
Give them ready to interact with the bishop.
So, members, we have a few breaks so that you can interact with the bishop, and we will call you back.
Yeah, we are going to do it.
We are going to do it. Just a small break.
They can help take their
Okay. Yeah. Hello. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have interacted enough. May I request that we take our seat and then go for the second presentation by the National Director. Can we take our seats? Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are going in for the next presentation that will be done by Reverend Father Hilary, the National Director of Caritas Uganda. The other name is very long. So let us pay attention and then listen to him. Thereafter, we'll have interaction. Thank you. Father, you're in a better position to introduce yourself because when we were doing the round of introduction, we skipped you for this very purpose. We now here ready to listen to you.
Thank you very much, our moderator for today. And I would like to welcome our Caritas Uganda President and the Bishop of Masaka, Bishop Cerberus Jumba. And I would like to welcome all members of CIMOs that are present physically and those that are online. Thank you so much for respecting our invitation. But actually, you have been looking forward to this day. I've been seeing how actively you are requesting for this meeting. Thank you so much. My name's Father Hilary Moheza Ngango, but be free to call me Moheza. Moheza. That's the easiest way. Muheeza. Moheza. So you will not be in trouble. And if you fail, just call me HM. If everything fails, just call me HM. So I've been in this position for now almost a year. June 1st, I'll be making a year together with Father Dennis Ochanda. And of course, we took over from Monsignor Francis Ndamira, who passed on in August last year. And I would like us to spare a moment because I know most of you know him and you worked with him. We'll spend a minute to pray for his soul to rest in peace. and in gratitude for the good work he did. May his soul rest in peace. Amen. And also, you remember, we also had our president of Caritas Uganda, who was the Archbishop Cyprian Kizito Lwanga. Again, most of you knew about him. He died in 2021. So we continue to pray for him as well. And we pray for them to pray for us, so that we continue the legacy they left in Uganda. So I'll straight away go to the presentation because of time. But I'll also want to recognize the presence of all the directors from the various dioceses who have come. Please, thank you so much for coming, and we are so grateful. And also, because these partners who are here present work with us, so we felt was very important for us to meet together, reconnect, talk again, and there are those who worked in Kabale so many years ago and went to continue and forgot to come back. So now you get to meet each other again. So thank you. I'm going to give a general picture. This presentation I'm making is representative of all of us, of all Caritas in Uganda. That's why we are not going to have each diocesan presentation. So this is our status as of today, as of this year, 2024. The theme we are following this year is prayer, hard work, and charity, regenerating humanity. We believe that if we delete God from our work, then we cannot be Caritas. We are something else. And when we talk about God, we already are talking about prayer. Those things go together. Hard work, I think we are a good example of hard work. For you to be here by 8, by 7, by 8, that's a sign of hard work. And we have to bring this to the community. But we can have many, many, many other explanations of these things. So I'm just rushing. Charity, I think that is the background of our formation as Caritas. Last week we had, not last week, the other week we had a commission meeting. And the chairman of the commission meeting, board, of the commission board, made a phrase that touched my heart. He said, hey, charity and Caritas gets its name from charity. So when we stop doing charity, then we have stopped being a Caritas. We have closed Caritas. So that was a strong comment. It was a simple comment, but a very strong one. When we stop doing charity, then we have closed Caritas. Then the regenerating humanity, of course, we are all here to make sure that those who will come after us have even more resources than we found. And those resources must sustain them as integral human beings, but also not forgetting Mother Earth. So this presentation is made to you and is made by that name, long name. Somebody is faster than I am. So put back that name because I want people to get that name properly. Who's controlling our system? That one, that is the name. The long one. Yes, it is a full sentence. Don't worry about it. So let's go now to the next. Caritas Uganda started in 1958 as the Office of Social Services Development of the Uganda Catholic Episcopal Conference, but became fully functional as Caritas in 1970. And we used the structure of the Catholic Church, but in a non-denominational and a non-proselyting manner. So we don't convert people to become Catholics, but we have to serve them, all of them. And we believe that when rains come, they don't choose to come in a Catholic home or in another home. They just come. So God's mercy is spread to all of us at God's will. Likewise, that's how Caritas works. And we would like this to continue. And sometimes I always feel offended, especially when Catholic institutions are asking whether we are converting people. We are not converting people, but we serve people. We have enough Catholics. We have enough Catholics. Okay, we serve in 19 Catholic dioceses currently, as shown on that map. And according to the statistics we have currently in our office, we only reach 1 million, like, directly. Leave these things off indirect. Indirect, you can multiply by the numbers you want. But directly, according to the statistics we have currently, we only reach 1,170,743 people. We're a big body, but reaching very few people. This country has a big number of people who are actually suffering. So, which means we have a lot of work to do. Now, that does not account for people we reached 10 years ago, or for people we have reached even 5 years ago. So this accounts for the people we are reaching as of now. So, and then we do this on an average budget of 19 billion 536 million and those numbers. So that amount is an equivalent of 5 million $0.4 US. So that is really not a big budget. This is a very, very small budget for the whole country. This is per year annually on average. So, which means it probably it is quite proportional to what we are doing. We can go to the next. Governance. Caritas Uganda, our top most governance body is the Uganda Episcopal Conference. Is our head. We belong to the church and we're a church organization. Caritas, then we have the Caritas Justice and Peace Commission Board. We have Caritas Justice and Peace Commission Board. At the president, the chairman of that board is the Archbishop John Baptist Odama of Gulu. Then we have the Caritas Uganda National Steering Committee. This National Steering Committee is a committee created by, we have zoned the Eastern region, the Western region, the Northern region, and the Central region have representatives as chairmen of those regions for Caritas. And then we have other people who have joined that committee. So we have about 12 members on this committee. 12, 13 members on this committee. So then we have the various diocesan boards. That's how so far we are structured. And it is shown on that structure how we relate with our partners as well. So as you may see, I'll finish the upper part now from the national directors. The other side, we have development partners. Then down here, we have working committees. Then down, we have the departments in the national office. And down, we have the implementing partners who are the dioceses. But as you know, also dioceses are encouraged to identify donors that can continue to support their work in the dioceses. So, but that's how we are structured for now. And the way we implement the projects that we receive from the national level, we have, please move ahead. We have our president, we have the national directors, then our partners. Each program that we implement from the national office has a steering committee, which comprises of a representative of the donor organization, a representative from each implementing partner, and then the directors and the coordination. So this is the steering committee. Then down there, we have the coordination unit, is that office or the program coordinator that coordinates actually that project. And then the other technical committees can be depending on the functionalities that are there. For example, a committee for accountants, a committee for M&Es, and also depending on the number of dioceses that a program covers. We have programs that cover more than 5 dioceses, but we also have programs that cover 1 diocese, so depending. Our vision, I'm going to skip the vision and mission since you have been reading them everywhere because of time. But I want to go straight to mandate. We have 3 core mandates. As Caritas, our primary mandate is charity. The bishops, the Catholic bishops of Uganda, are very strong now about charity. We have done development, but development has overshadowed charity. We are not saying development is bad. We are saying development is good. But we also still have to have the other heart that helps the poor people without asking for them accountability. If you give a poor person a shirt, tomorrow you don't have to come back and say, where is the shirt I gave you? It is not even prudent. I only saw it one time, but it shouldn't happen. So we should continue to help the poor, the children, the orphans, because that's really going to count on us. Then we have to do the integral human development. And here we focus on, even on charity, we have to build also giving communities. And that is one of our core areas. Our Ugandan communities, now we are starting programs that encourage them also to give so that we don't wait until externals give. Then integral human development, here we focus on areas of health, economic development, care for creation, peaceful coexistence, migration and refugees, and humanitarian. And I want to thank you so much. In humanitarian, I want to tell you the truth that some people who are in the refugee camp are more food secure than some people who are not in the refugee camp. And that is because of your good work. But also it talks a lot about how we do development. If you go to Bidi Bidi, you will find more food, more vegetables, more fish than if you go to a certain other village where we are also doing development. So maybe the way we have to now to redesign the way we are thinking and make sure that we support them enough. But also it could be that because there is an influx of refugees, there is a little more money also that is injected there to support them. Institutional strengthening, we have to build resilient institutions at the service of the poor. So if a Caritas is weak, that Caritas cannot serve the poor. If a diocesan Caritas is weak, that one cannot serve the poor. And vice versa. Or even if a family is very poor, then you can't go there and say, please make a contribution. So we have to build institutional strengthening. We have to do that. Key areas, we have the key areas, food and nutrition security, climate change and natural resource management, economic empowerment, community and public health initiatives, good governance, peaceful coexistence, and accountability, humanitarian special needs and emergency relief, gender and equal opportunities, and institutional strengthening and sustainability. Those are the areas. They are big because they are not limited to a certain area. So because the country is big and it has diverse conditions, so we made them general to suit also the diocesan needs. We share roles and responsibilities. I'm not going to mention all these roles and responsibilities because of time, but we have roles and responsibilities as Caritas Uganda National Office, but also dioceses have roles and responsibilities. But one of them that I would like to bring out is to also coordinate Caritas Internationalist member organizations. I did not know that we have this role before I came to Caritas Uganda. But it is because of you, when I arrived, I started receiving messages. We are not meeting, we are not meeting, we are not meeting. And I was wondering, why should we meet? Eventually, I talked to a few of you, like Catherine, even the other Catherine, and you know, and somebody, I think was me, somebody from Switzerland, I think he had offered even to call this meeting, you know. I'm not sure, I don't remember who that one is. Yes, you know, because you knew the need, and it is our role, so we appreciate that you gave us this role. The rest of the need, we are a liaison to make sure that those things happen. We are supposed to mobilize the resources and support the dioceses, much as they also need to do their work. We also build capacity of the dioceses that we work with. We coordinate and harmonize program interventions. We establish, maintain, and ensure the success of institutional sustainability. That thing, institutional sustainability, really is killing me, because it is very sad to see a diocese closing because it doesn't have any projects, when at a certain time it had projects, which means the partnerships we create have to be very sensitive about these sustainability situations. Formation of and build capacities of our bodies, steering committees, boards, and things like that. And also continue to coordinate, of course, all the programs of Caritas Internationalis as demanded. So there are others that I'm not going to mention, but also our diocesan Caritases have roles to play, because we work together to deliver the projects as designed, be responsible for the day-to-day running and management of these programs and be accountable, attending meetings of steering committees and meetings such as this, promptly report to Caritas Uganda any suspected or overt incidents of corruption and child safeguarding issues, mobilize and coordinate communities on joint local fundraising ventures. We have started strongly on the local fundraising ventures, and we have learned a lot from you as member organizations, because I researched and I visited some countries purposely to find out how you raise your money. And we want to copy from you and also start raising some money to solve some of these emergency issues ourselves first before we run to you. By the time you come, we should have saved some souls, some people from dying. But many times people first die, and then we come to you, and then you respond in 3-4 months when people have actually died. And then we receive the money, and then we are like, oh, they sent the money, but the floods have stopped. So we want to be able to do some things also, solving real-time response to natural disasters and war. Mobilize and coordinate communities on joint local fundraising, establish, maintain, and ensure success of institutional sustainability programs, contribute to joint biannual and annual progress, outcome, and impact reports to be submitted to donors, and of course, other things. So we move to the next. Now, this is how we are looking at strategizing our fundraising. Now, Caritas looks at these 3 areas. It is our model that we would like to, we are already having it probably, but we want to intensify it. Number 1 is to have strategic partners, to create strategic partnerships as a country, but also as dioceses. Yes, it is very important for, like my Lord Bishop mentioned, it is very important for donors to tell us that we want this money to be used here. But it is also very important for us to know the needs of our people and then really make sure that we are responding to the needs of the community. So the strategic partnership, but also partnerships. I was talking to, I think, Heike. I was talking to Heike, and she was a little way I read, I don't want to say she is, but I read, because this is my situation as well. I get stressed. And what gets me stressed is you are struggling to get a project that is going to last 6 months. The energy you put into that project. And when you look at the sustainability impact of a 6 months project, after 5 years, it is very tough. And there are those projects that are 6 months, 1 year, 18 months. But there are some strategic partners that would like to do something a little longer and friendly, and, so that you dig deep, as the bishop said. You dig deep and leave an impact. So we are looking at that. We are looking at local fundraising, really, and that's why also the diocesan directors are here. We really need to strengthen this area. In my culture, they say that if you have lost somebody, you must first cry to show that you have lost a dear one. And then other people will also help you to cry. But sometimes we don't cry at all. We just shout and then others start crying. So we need to create that thing that we make the whole country cry, and then the whole world will cry with us. I think that's the local fundraising. Social enterprises. Dear brothers and sisters, we are here in this hotel because somebody put up this hotel. Caritas is an institution that almost 100% does a lot of capacity building, trainings, and things like this. And the monies we spend in other people's hotels. If we thought about a thing like that and added our efforts, yes, we are saying the donor money cannot build a hotel. True. But the donor money, well, let's talk to this donor also to understand that we are spending a lot of money in moving from hotel to hotel, and all the billions end here. And next year, when the project has closed, we can't move to another hotel. We start sitting under trees, shades of trees. So I think there is something here special, but also something that will keep bringing some money that can sustain. A project closes, you chase away all the staff. I know of a diocese that had over 100 staff and has chased away all staff. They are left 5. And they are also going to go end of this year. Now they came to me. I'm new in the office. I also don't understand things. I don't have a source. I can't even pay for one single staff. So Bishop tells me, I'm going to close this Caritas. But now, how can you close charity? How can you close charity? So, that is, we have to start thinking about the sustainability. When I went to Rome, I see Rome is doing a lot of, if Rome was not able to do these things, it would not remain. But also other developed countries, that's what I see. Anyway, finally, move. Okay. Things that we are thinking about together, and would like to ask you to think with us in that pie chart. For us as Caritas Uganda, for local fundraising this side, we have created this program called Child Care Emergency Relief. This one. And what I have put here, those are the things we are going to be doing every year in the entire country to raise funds that can support us to respond to these things. Somebody told us without education, there is no development. 2 things, by the way, peace and education. Without those 2, you have development. So we have a lot of children. Initially, we used to sponsor a lot of children. We don't sponsor children anymore. So we want to go back, but we start locally, and then we can also expand or ask other helps. So we want to do Lenten collection, planned giving, fundraising dinner, Caritas run. So when we invite you to run with us, please run. Buy the kits and run and save the money. We have done, I belong to Rotary. We have done it with the Rotary. And Rotary is raising a lot of money. This year alone, our district, just one district, I think raised over, I don't know how much money, over $1 million here. You can't believe that you can raise $1 million in one small group in Uganda, but you can. Sponsorships and appeals. We are going to do that, and we have started from the national office, and we are collaborating, all of us together. From the angle of social enterprises, these are things we are dreaming of establishing, and we are looking for strategic partners who are interested, like establish credit schemes. Centenary Bank, that all of us are proud about today, is because the director of Caritas, then National Director of Caritas, Monsignor Chibirige, initiated a credit scheme. And one donor gave him the first money and initiated it. It grew, and now that's where it is. But how many people benefit from that scheme? It serves both a social and it's a social enterprise, you can call it, because it also gives us some little money back to continue doing the work we are doing as a church, and that is good. Promic in Kabale is surviving very good, doing very well. It's another good example. Wekembe in Kampala here was started by Archbishop Cyprian. Is also progressing very well as a credit scheme. And that's how we continue to empower communities and many others. So we would like to continue this spirit. We don't create them to own them. We create them so that we empower the communities, but at the same time, they also support the structures. Establish a center for provision of training and development opportunities for marginalized communities. So we would like to establish that center, but that center, we are designing it in a model of a hotel. When people come and have where to sleep. Now I don't know where you slept. If we had that hotel, you would sleep in our hotel. Sincerely, where is the brotherhood when you are spending your money the other way? You know? Maybe also in that hotel you would but we would also be doing scaling within the same problem, within the same facility. This model that we are talking about, I saw it in Mexico in the diocese called Juarez. They are having a structure. It's a big hotel. That's where we slept. But you find also women doing a knitting, young children doing something else. They are producing. I also found it in Bangladesh. And those are the items that you buy in other countries. They also come here. They gave me a very nice bag. In Mahagi also. So when we don't do things like this and we just spend, sustainability becomes a problem. So our donors, we don't know what we will tell your other backer donors, but these are things that we are thinking about. They may be wild, but because we have seen that people have used them and have succeeded also. Bishop mentioned about the farm, agriculture. Uganda is a coffee producing country. But also we do other things like honey and others. So we want also to do a lot of coffee. This one, we are mobilizing all the dioceses. And in Uganda, with an exception of Karamoja, which I'm not very familiar with, almost all other areas can
So, my Lord, I can see you running away. We are all your children. We are in your hand. Before you run away, you bless for us the tea that we are going to have. Thank you, the National Director. Thank you, everybody. And I hope those who are online are still there. We are breaking off for tea at 11, and we are going to take 20 minutes. Then we come back. So, my Lord, we request you to bless the tea and also bless those who are online. Let them also have a break.
Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, we thank you, God, our Father, God, the Son, God, the Holy Spirit, for this morning of togetherness. Join our hearts, join our efforts, and may all of us focus on the common good of everybody, but especially of the poor. Bless our facilitators, bless our partners, bless all those who sacrifice from their resources to ensure that Caritas Uganda thrives and serves the poor. Bless the little tea we are about to share, and bless those who are moving away for one reason or another, and bring our deliberations to a fruitful conclusion through Christ our Lord. The Lord be with you. May Almighty God bless you, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Have a great morning.
Thank you for that cardinal work of charity. Now we can as well join the bishop. We go and then have our tea. We take 20 minutes. 11:20, you are expected back. Charity and development. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's ready.
Just a bit of the reminder, our tea is served within this hall. So I kindly request you to serve. Thank you.
Because I can treat myself. It's things better. But I cannot do. I stay a bit young. It does. I come to serve today. I have to do the same right. Hey. So far, so good, but we're not doing well on time.
Hello. May I call the house to order and then we start following our program. It is now 11:20. Are we together? It is my prayer that those who are online are also there. Can you check for me those who are online, if they're there? You help me so that I know. Yep, thank you. We have one. All right, they're there. Thank you. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, I want to draw your attention to the program. Now we have come to receiving the brief from the CIMO representatives who are here present. So, just a bit of guidance. Those who are here physically will listen to you, then we'll go to those who are online. Is that okay with everybody? So fine. And as the organizing committee, we agreed that each CIMO representative give a brief of 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. Tell us the program area, tell us where you're working, tell us about the organization and the corporation. Thank you. We do not have the list, but allow me say we will begin from my right. So can we start with the CAFOD? Somebody with the microphone, can you move around? You can come here. I think this is a central point. This is very good. Thank you.
but now this is the higher than myself. Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. We are happy to be represented here as CAFOD. I said my name's Catherine Ogola, country representative for Kenya and Uganda. We are based in Nairobi, but I'm happy to mention that through a process we are focusing on globally as CAFOD. CAFOD is the Catholic Agency for Overseas Development. We have a focus on localization, and as a first step, we have localized one position of my colleague, Christopher Tsime, who is based in the country to accompany our partners, and is humbly hosted by Caritas Moroto. Thank you so much, Director Luana. So I'm given 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. CAFOD works in Kenya and Uganda, and we recognize that as one program. And therefore, the team in Kenya supports Christopher, who is based in Uganda. Our Kenya and Uganda program strategy is underpinned by our global framework, which is titled Our Common Home. Our common home is informed by the Pope's encyclical Laudato Si. So we follow the principles of Laudato Si. And when I say that, I mean our work looks around or is focusing on environment, climate change, and the related. So our program for Kenya and Uganda is a resilient livelihoods program. And the core thematic areas we are looking at are peace building and governance, empowerment of women, girls, and youth. We are looking at resilient livelihoods that includes WASH and time-bound emergency responses. Those are our core areas of work. In Uganda, we are privileged to work with 4 strategic partners: Caritas Gulu Archdiocese, Caritas Moroto, Caritas Kotido, and the National Justice and Peace Commission of the Bishops' Conference. We are here under the invitation of the Bishops' Conference of Uganda, and therefore we also have got a mutual relationship with Caritas Uganda, and we strengthen that relationship. Even being here is part of our engagement and commitment to working with the national Caritas. In terms of how we are moving forward, I'm happy to mention that CAFOD is a signatory of the Grand Bargain, for those who know the Grand Bargain, and we are co-founders of the Charter for Change, and therefore localization is at the heart of the work of CAFOD. As it's been already mentioned here, we are looking at how best to commit and ensure that we implement the commitments of the Grand Bargain and the Charter for Change to ensure that we strengthen our partnerships with all the partners we work with. And therefore, capacity strengthening is an integral component of the work that we are doing with our partners. We are looking at bespoke partnership agreements, whereby we are strengthening the relationship, but we are also saying that we want to have this longer term. Our Lord Bishop has mentioned that relationships, longer term funding. We're looking at empowering the partners, ensuring that they are the first responders, and we are giving them that capacity to be able to deliver on their work. They are here longer than we are here as international organizations. And therefore, I still have some minutes. That is, I can't see, time out. Thank you so much. But I think in a nutshell, in future, we should be, yes, I think I have finished what I needed to say. Yes, so I know we are here quite a number of organizations, diocesan Caritases, and in future, we are going to interact more and get to know what each Caritas is doing. We are also a scaffold looking at non-financial relationships. We're looking at direct partner funding. And this is an opportunity to discuss. We don't have to be working with you directly, but we can support technically on how you fundraise. Thank you so much, Director National. What you have raised here is very important, and it is in the spirit of what CAFOD is advocating for. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go to the second? Thank you.
So once again, a very good morning to everybody. My name is Helene van der Beek. I'm the country director for Cordate here in Uganda. And I want to start out with saying that I think Cordate is in a unique position in the Caritas family because I believe, I haven't checked this lately, but I believe we are the only organization in the Caritas family that is actually also a member of the ACT Alliance. So we are a member of both the families. And this has come through by the merger that we had in 2021 with our Protestant sister organization in the Netherlands. I think it's important to stress this, that you know that we are in this unique position. We balance the membership between the two networks and families well, but I think it's important that we are open and transparent about that we have that unique position. Cordate, of course, as well, derives our program here in Uganda from our global, what we call our global compass for the future. Central in our compass for the future is system strengthening. So wherever we work, whatever we do, we work with and within the existing system, be that government, local government, civil society, communities, but we do not work on a parallel basis. We work with the systems and structures that are there, and we aim to strengthen those systems. And we do that particularly in the areas of health. So here in Uganda, we have a number of programs where we work directly with district health officers, with the cows, and with local health facilities, especially levels 3 and 4. We directly work with the health facilities to strengthen their capacities, to strengthen also the quality of the care that they deliver, as well as the access for communities to access the healthcare that is available. We do the same in education. We work in strengthening primary public schools. So we do not work with private schools, we work with public schools in ensuring, again, that the quality of the education that they deliver is strengthened, as well as the access, especially to vulnerable children, is also being strengthened. And then we have a program in agri-food system strengthening, where we work on a variety of activities ranging from access to finance, entrepreneurship, skilling, bringing youth back to agriculture, and the like. We work across the country. Recently, late last year, we added a very big agri-food system strengthening program to our portfolio, which makes us work in across 5 regions in the country, Elgon, Rwenzori, Kigezi, Busoga, and Lango. But with our other programs, we're also present, for example, in West Nile, and in other areas. I have to very quickly wrap up. I want to say as well, just as Catherine also stressed, we also pledged to the Grand Bargain, the Charter for Change, and we are currently also engaged in the Pledge for Change, which is a new initiative on locally led development. We are finding our way around. We have worked a lot with a number of Caritases. We're still very grateful to Caritas Arua for hosting 2 of our staff at the moment. Likewise, as Catherine also said, I will be reaching out, especially to those dioceses that we worked with in the past, to reestablish relationships. Thank you.
Thank you. The next, when I show this to you, that means time out.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Heike Nesner, and I would really love to see Alexandra from Caritas Austria to talk to us. But she joined us online earlier. She introduced herself. Unfortunately, she's not online right now. So she asked me to speak on her behalf. My name is Heike Nesner. I'm a technical advisor of Horizon 3000. It's also mentioned here, one of our partners. I'm based at Caritas Kulo Archdiocese, working with John Bosco Kumake Chaludi. Yes, but today I want to represent Caritas Austria, and I prepared something little. So Caritas Austria is working mainly in the north of Uganda. They have projects in Karamoja with the Mill Hill missionaries, in Kutido and Moroto. And they also have a project in West Nile with Horizon 3000. They have a small project in Roshoka in the central region. They have a small orphanage in Kampala here in Zambia. I think you know the baby's home. And at Caritas Uganda, they support together through another donor, one of the staff, Rosemary. Where is she? She's there. Yes, and Rosemary is working in this childcare and emergency relief program. Yes, and besides, Caritas Austria, as I said, is mainly working in the north. They support many projects at Caritas Kulu Archdiocese. Some of the projects have already ended, but currently, they support humanitarian response and livelihoods mainly. But at the moment, the ongoing projects are all livelihoods projects. There is a youth employment project. It started with funding from EU. Now it is supported 100% by Caritas Austria. Then there's a livestock project and biogas project. It's one of our big projects. So these are the ongoing projects. Other projects have ended, and we are in a strategic partnership, Caritas Austria and Caritas Kulo Archdiocese. Caritas Austria recently visited Caritas Kulu. They did a partner assessment because the aim is also to support Caritas Kulu with more capacity building activities. Caritas Austria is very willing to work with many partners together, not only one partner, only Caritas Kulu. Caritas Austria is open to work with other Caritas organizations for one project, like 3, 4, even 5 partners for one project. So I think that is also the aim of this meeting here, that we link up, we network, and we see how we can support each other and how can we work together. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. I'm seeing powerful ladies coming. All of them. I hope a man will also come very soon. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Wale puts up just few slides, 5 slides, 1 minute per slide. My name is Catherine, representative for Uganda and East Africa region, Caritas Belgium. It's not a lot. Just go to the next slide. I just want to say the East Africa region countries we are looking at the moment. We have programs in Uganda, we have programs in Ethiopia, and we were in South Sudan, and we are looking at going back there. So this is a message to fellow CIMO representatives that some of the things we just have to work them together at that level, including our dioceses. So in Uganda, we are in Kiukube district and Chegegwa district. We're grateful to our local partners. We were in South Sudan, Yambio and DA dioceses. In Ethiopia, we are in Tigray and Sodo. Indeed, it is very important that we continue to do charity because it's really important. It's really needed, especially when you get to places like war-torn zones like Tigray. You feel like we just need to do. Just go to the next slide, please. Partnerships, localization is our strategy. Currently, we have partnerships that are running. We have those that were in the past, but with possibility of them being revived and potentially new collaborations that we're looking up to. And I'm also grabbing the opportunity to be talking to a few dioceses around. We are active currently with the Caritas Food Portal, Caritas Hoima, and this is a new announcement that I am happy to meet Caritas Lira here, because on Sunday we are going to Lira. We're trying to start on a new program on climate change, and the floods, the droughts in Lira gave us a good opportunity. In the past, we have been Caritas Arua, Caritas Nebi. Father Dennis, I didn't realize that I met you when I was in Nebi, but we shall reconnect. And a few new possible connections. Definitely, I would want not to leave this place without meeting Gulu. Yes, I just want to have a chat with the Gulu and Kampala and Ginger. Please find a moment. Not that everyone else is excluded, but specific reasons for those ones. Please, let's just catch up. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. Oh, sorry, just go back one step back. Thank you. Current themes, we have been doing humanitarian protection, mainly in refugee settlements and the surrounding host communities. But we've also been doing livelihoods, and we are starting on climate change. We are planning to embark on development work if we get the opportunities, and we are, of course, focusing on how we can take advantage of the Belgian government development funding. And I wanted to say there is a revision of our strategy globally, which is taking place at HQ. It will inform how we shall proceed now then on. We expect the final results to come out in September. But generally, we believe that it will remain overall the same direction, that we work with our local partners and of course, maybe beefed up with a few things. So we shall get to know, but we need to know that we are doing a revision of the strategy. Please go on to the next page. We're contributing towards those goals. We all know them, those SDGs. That's what we have been trying to contribute to. But it's possible that the new strategy may add or subtract. We shall have to wait for those results. Next page. In March, we have just completed at Brussels level, we have completed a survey on localization, because it has been defined in very many ways, what is localization and so forth. So as an organization, we've just embarked on trying to understand it more and also get the opinion of many players within our connections to understand if we are sharing the localization agenda in the same way. And recommendations have just been shared. We are just getting on to understand them. And I guess we'll share them widely with our connections. And I already talked about the HQ strategy revision that is going on. And we hope that the new strategy will open up more opportunities for us in the region. Because once we define them, we hope to be more organized. And that's why we are already trying to do the basic groundwork of opportunities that may present themselves, and taking into account what the feedback that has been given all along is of very short-term projects are not too good. And that has always been taken into account. And we hope it will change when we change the strategy as well in the coming timeframes. Credit goes to our current partners who are doing a very good work for us, our name to be on the ground. Caritas for Portal, Caritas for Human. We thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Once again, good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you. As a reminder, my name is Lainey Heil. I'm the head of programming with Catholic Relief Services, and I'm here today on behalf of our country representative, Michelle. Our vision in Uganda is guided by our global vision, our global strategy. It's called Vision 2030. The strategy at the heart of CRS is Caritas and our church relationships, our church partners. As somebody already mentioned, CRS in Uganda is present at the invitation of the Bishops' Conference. And I say that because Caritas and the church is at the heart of everything we do. Our Vision 2030 at the global level was developed in partnership and in consultation with Caritas Internationalis. Here in Uganda, we updated our strategy about 1.5 or 2 years ago in consultation with our Caritas partners and our church stakeholders and leaders. And we hope that our vision today, our strategy in Uganda, mirrors that of Caritas. It's based on 5 strategic priority areas: climate change adaptation and mitigation, emergency response and disaster readiness, resilient food systems, health and social service system strengthening, and partner capacity strengthening and localization. That 5th area is both integrated into everything we do and is standalone due to our belief in subsidiarity, and that local leaders should be at the forefront of everything we do together. Like I said, our strategy is intended to mirror that of our Caritas brothers and sisters. We use both internal funding and project funding, donor funding, to support our joint initiatives and to help you as Caritas brothers and sisters advance your strategies as well. For example, the Laudato Si initiative. Just next week, we'll be having representatives from each of the different Caritas dioceses, as well as the Uganda Episcopal Conference, to come together to talk about our shared goals for the environment, for preservation, for tree planting, how we can learn together and advance as one family. We also work on a family desk initiative, which ties into childcare reform, working with our sisters at the Association of Religious of Uganda to advance the work that the church is able to do in support of poor and vulnerable children. And lastly, at the heart of our strategy, like I said, is subsidiarity. I've only been with CRS in Uganda for about 4 months now, and I was worried today that I wouldn't know many faces here. But in my short time in Uganda, I was very pleased to walk in today and recognize 5, 6, 7 different Caritas directors, which just speaks to the breadth and the depth of our collaboration. And we hope that moving forward, we'll be able to continue investing in these partnerships, whether we have projects together right now or not, but to move forward as one Caritas family. The last thing I want to say is, unfortunately, on behalf of Michelle, she wished that she could be here to make this own announcement on her own, but she will be transitioning in just a couple of months. And we do have a new country representative who will be joining us in September, who very much looks forward to getting to know all of you, to the next meeting where all of the Caritas members come together, where we can continue to learn and share together. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You were spot on and on time. Thank you. At least.
You're terrible. Strict timekeeper, John Bosco. I'll try to stick to the clock. Yes, he wanted to see a male face, so here you have it. White male face. Despite that, I feel extremely welcome. Thank you very much for the invitation. I feel very grateful to be here. My name is Connor Walsh, and I'm the country director for Caritas Switzerland. I feel doubly grateful. First of all, because it's wonderful to be a part of this community, to be welcome as a guest, but also because Caritas Switzerland is a little apart. I heard Helene say that she's unique in her situation because she works on both Protestant and Catholic conferences. She's members of both federations. Caritas Switzerland is a little unique as well. For those of you who know anything about Switzerland, they're very independent. You know that. So for reasons that aren't entirely clear to me, I'm not Swiss, and I've only been with Caritas Switzerland here in Uganda for the past 8 or 9 months. Caritas Switzerland is not governed by the Episcopal Conference of Switzerland. We're actually a lay organization now. Having said that, we very much embrace all of the principles, all of the guiding principles and the philosophy of Caritas. We're a member of the Caritas network. We are a CIMO member, and we embrace it, as you will hear when I speak about our projects. Again, for reasons that aren't entirely clear to me because I haven't been here long enough, at present, Caritas Switzerland is not working with any local Caritases as a partner. And yet, localization and working through partners is what we do. That is also at the heart of our work. We work with local Ugandan NGOs, civil society organizations, but none of them are Caritas at the moment. And I'd like to change that. Give me a little time and we'll find the opportunity. That's why being here today is such a great opportunity for me to see some faces and make the connection between the names and the places where you work. So I look forward to continuing the dialogues that we're starting today with all my heart. To speak just briefly about how our work is in line with the work of Caritas Uganda, I'm looking at the strategic or the thematic areas that you cover, and I can see at least 4 or 5 that also correspond to our thematic areas. We are working on economic empowerment, economic development, job creation, skilling. That's one project that we're currently implementing with funding from the European Union in the cities of Gulu and Lira. The representatives of Caritas Gulu and Caritas Lira may have heard of the Empower You project. If you have, great. If you haven't, we'll fix that and we'll make sure that you are more fully informed about what we're doing in terms of engaging youth so that they can develop their small businesses and bring them to the next level. We're also working on economic empowerment, but more in a migration and conflict mitigation context in a project that is funded by the Austrian Development Cooperation. And it's a cross-border project between the north of Uganda, West Nile, and South Sudan. And there we are working on peace building as a critical component. We're working on natural resource management to mitigate the impact that refugees often have when they move to Uganda and cut down the trees. And we're trying to figure out ways of doing better at managing the limited resources. And it's a project in direct humanitarian assistance as well, with cash transfers and other forms of direct support for the families, so that the presence of refugees within host communities becomes less a source of conflict and more a source of development. I think Uganda is very unique in the sense that it has embraced refugees, but I think we're also aware that unless they are embraced with the funding and the right programs that need to go with it, those programs are not going to last. And then we are also working on climate change, and we don't have a project right now that is specifically about climate change. However, we want to change that. It's a key strategic and thematic area for Caritas Switzerland across the world. And here in Uganda, we are hoping to do more in the field of renewable energy in particular. We've looked quite a bit into the production of biogas. both at the household level as well as at the commercial scale if possible. We're trying to see if there's a way of taking advantage of the massive amount of organic waste that is produced on farms and in markets to create biogas that can be bottled and sold as an alternative to charcoal, firewood, and even liquid petrol gas. So that's what we're hoping to do. The limitation as always, and as much as I extend a hand to each and every one of the Caritas partners that's here today, the limitation as always is funding. Our organization is small. I think quite a bit smaller than Caritas Uganda here in Uganda. We have 12 employees and we have a budget that is not nearly as big as Caritas Uganda's, but we are actively on the lookout for new funding opportunities, for new partnerships, and we hope to be able to work with you as we move forward in the coming years and months. So thank you so much for the time, and I look forward to continuing the dialogue.
Thank you. The next person. I think for those who are physically here, we are done. Can we go? Can you help me mention the organization that are online? Before going there, may I recognize amidst us the presence of the Secretary General, Uganda Episcopal Conference, Monsignor Dr. Kabota. Thank you. Monsignor, since morning we have done quite a lot. And now we are receiving brief highlights from the different CIMO members. You will be briefed by the National Director later on before you give your final remarks. Now, can we have Caritas Denmark? Thank you. Caritas Denmark, you are most welcome. We would like to hear from you, and we are giving you 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. We are 2 representatives, so we just needed to see who would take the word first. I'll start. My name is Sisse Nielsen. I'm a program coordinator at Caritas Denmark, responsible for our humanitarian program. And then, afterwards I will give a short word to my colleague Lars Møller, who is also present. Caritas Denmark is a partner of Caritas Uganda for more than 20 years. Currently, we have a 4-year partnership framework agreement through which we have 2 programs funded mainly by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark. We have the UGOPAP program, which Lars will talk a bit about, in the South, Central and Eastern provinces. And then we have a humanitarian nexus program in Bidi in the north of Uganda. The program in Bidi supports mainly the supports the resilience and livelihoods of Sudanese refugees and host communities. Activities include advocacy for land rights for refugees. We have VSLA groups, school feeding, a social protection component via school peace clubs and committees. And then we have, central to all our programs, we have a capacity building component of our partner. So over to you, Lars. Thank you for the word, and nice to meet you all, though virtually.
Are we receiving a word from Mula? Can you unmute yourself and then we listen from you? You still have like 2 minutes. Mr. Mula, he is talking and we are not hearing. So, is that okay? We have not heard from him, but that is fine. Thank you.
Lars, can you unmute?
No, you can't. I think the host needs to unmute him. We cannot unmute ourselves.
Ah, it is this side. Sorry.
No worries.
Okay, I am on. Thank you very much. My name is Lars Møller. I am a program coordinator for our development program UGOPAP in Uganda. And that is funded, as Sise said, mainly through the Danish government. And we also seek some funding besides that by own collections and so on. UGOPAP has been working in Uganda for about 20 years under a different name in the beginning. But we are working with developing cooperatives, farmer cooperatives. And that is to get them better organized, and it is to get the value improved. And it is also about technical issues like treatment of the crops and agricultural methods and so on. We also work with advocacy platforms for both farmers and for youth. And recently we have started working with model schools where we take all the best learners. It will provide an exhibition of smart gardening and agricultural methods. It will make the children be able to get out and use outdoor classrooms, not only for gardening and agriculture, but we try to make it cross-curricular, so different subjects can work in the gardens. So that is basically what we are doing in Uganda. And I should mention that we are actually taking our Danish board to Uganda 2 weeks from now, a little less actually. And we are making a tour both to the UGOPAP development program, and we are also making a tour to Bidi, to the humanitarian program, and we are looking very, very much forward to that. And I'm sure we will see some of you present here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you know, as the moderator, I have a challenge to show time out, especially for those who are online. So the rule of engagement here is that we give 5 minutes. So it is my humble prayer that we respect that time and all of us are in harmony. Thank you. Can we receive from Caritas Germany? Mr. Ivo, can we receive a brief from you?
Yes. Hello, everyone, and special hello to Father Hilary and to you, John Bosco. So yeah, now actually I joined just a minute ago. So my name is Ivo Körner, and I'm the project officer in charge for our partnerships in Uganda. I have my office. I'm located in Germany, in our head office of Caritas Germany, and so actually for quite many years we are working with one local partner only in Uganda, and this is actually with you, John Bosco, with Caritas Gulu. So it's very long standing partnership already for decades, you can say. And so at the moment we we cooperate in two projects which are implemented by Caritas Gulu, and one project is in supporting refugees, mainly from South Sudanese refugees in the settlement of two districts, and in Adjumani and Palabek. And so there we are actually, or the project is active in different fields. So first, to support farmers, to provide training and also material input to farmers. So well, not only for them to generate income, but also for to provide support for better living, and to support youth in vocational training, and also people with special needs, with inputs like non-food items and other kinds of support. So this is actually one of our projects, and the other project is in the field of gender-based violence and child rights, funded by one of our ministries, the Ministry of German Ministry of Technical Cooperation and Development. And here the project is providing support and consultation in psychosocial support, then also medical support, and legal support for victims of violence, and the project is also cooperating very closely with the local authorities, with the courts, with police, and the local councillors, well, in order to strengthen the voice of victims of gender-based violence, and and to strengthen the voice for child rights, so that they are also not only heard like in the communities, in the schools, but also at court. So we are also very grateful that we can see that finally, after some years, or already for some years, we in Pader district, so we have a chief magistrate, and I think this is also thanks to the advocacy work of Caritas Gulu. So these are the two projects, and I am very happy for the very close and professional cooperation with Caritas Gulu. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Ivo, we are grateful. Can we receive from Caritas Slovakia, that is Prague? And the rule of engagement is that 5 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon once again. My name is Martin Vitek. I'm in charge of cooperation with the partners in Uganda and Rwanda. But I'm based in Bratislava in our head office of Caritas Slovakia. But I travel very often to Uganda. If I count it together, maybe I spent 2 years altogether in Uganda. There were some periods which lasted a longer time, sometimes it's for short visits. I just want to thank you once again for this opportunity to participate on this meeting. It is very important to know each other. It is very important to have this type of networking. Caritas Slovakia is present in Uganda since 2012 in the district of Adjumani. I have to say it is not directly cooperation with local Caritas. it's rather NGO, which is we can perhaps call it like our sisters organization. It's called Gift of Love, and as it was mentioned before, we are really trying to look at it through the localization principles. This organization is led and managed by local people. Caritas Slovakia, the role of Caritas Slovakia is in terms of consultations and also the funding. Very shortly, I would mention we have a Lenten campaign. Even Father Hilary mentioned one of the strategies would be Lenten campaign. So in Slovakia, our main fundraising period is Lent, when we ask supporters, we ask people from parishes all over the country to help and to share solidarity with the people in Uganda and Rwanda. So maybe I would mention what type of activities is done or supported by Gift of Love. There is a children's home, a residential program for 55 children, those who had really difficult conditions in the home. So they are staying for some time, but of course, after we have exit program, we are trying to help them to get back to the normal life, to help them to get education and also employment. So we are accompanying them even after they leave the center. There is also a nursery school for 100 children from local area, from the villages which are around. There are vocational schools. For me, this is something very strong element, because by vocational skills, you are giving to youth opportunity to be independent, to help and sustain their families. There is also sponsorship program. After maybe my colleague Alena can mention also a little bit more, because she's in charge of it. But in Adjumani, there is around 600 children supported, and also there are 2 other regions where we cooperate. Also, we have livelihood support programs or projects. Then also this year we started small cooperation in the area of health. Because we have one expert who is helping with the site problems in Adjumani. And then also we have like small cooperation with Diocese of Arua about the reconstruction of one of the nursery schools. In case there is some kind of emergency needs, like for example, there were floods in Adjumani, or there was necessary like food aid during the COVID period. So we are open also to these challenges, but mostly we are trying to focus on long-term development strategies, which are sustainable. Also, we have a volunteer program. We send young people from Slovakia to share their talents and experiences to share with people in Uganda, and also they are learning. So it's kind of exchange of the experience. They stay for 6 months or even 1 year. In the past, we had cooperation with Caritas Gulu, with Mr. John Bosco, who is actually the chair. So it was cooperation in one of the refugee camps in Pagirinya about the vocational courses. And for the future, we are still open in case, as long as funding allows, we are open to further cooperation with the local Caritas offices in Uganda. So I'm very happy that we could meet today, and also hopefully we can meet together personally when I will be around in Uganda. Thank you very much, and I will pass the word to Alena if she would like to say something.
Yes, Elena, Gospel Lover, you're welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. So once again, warm greetings from Slovakia, from Caritas Slovakia. My name is Elena Dostalova, and as I said in the beginning of my speech, I am the main coordinator of the project. Its name is Children's Donation Project. The Children's Donation Project was established in 1996 and actually helps about more than 8,300 poor people and orphans in the world. We cooperate with the countries as India, Cuba, Honduras, Ukraine, Vietnam, and Tanzania. Especially in Uganda, we help since as Children's Donation Project since 1913. And we currently support there about 2,000 Ugandan children. In Uganda, we cooperate with 3 local partners, as my colleague Martin said. The Center Gift of Love in Adjumani, it was the first center that we started the cooperation. Next is the Health Initiatives Association in Buikve, in short, HIA. And there we have the Slovak doctor who lives there more than 10 years. And she is really, she really loves his work. It's very, very, I'm sorry, but she's great. She's great. She's also the doctor in John Paul II clinic. And the third organization we are cooperating in Uganda is MIDA, Morukakis Integrated Development Association. It is in Kumi in the Gora district. The idea of the Children's Donation Project is a long-term and systematic aid for children in developing countries no matter their sex, religion, health condition. We try to carry out the charitable mission of the church in a spirit of evangelical love for men and the poor. Truly that I tell you, whatever you do it for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. Our team has a lot of members. We are about 16 or 20 in Children's Donation Project, but we believe in this project, and we believe it because we are sure it's meaningful. The goals of this Children's Donation Project are education, so we help poor children get proper education and improve their social status so that we'll be able to become full-fledged members of society. We want to allow them to have a stable job in the future and to be able to provide their families with financial security. Also, community development is very important for us. And we try to support to children in their home country and their religions. In this point, it's very important for us to have good partners, local partners, as are, for example, Gift of Love Center, because we believe them and we are in close cooperation, of course. And the last point or goals of our project is long-term and systematic aid. We also try, we love the children also when we are in the office in Bratislava, in Slovakia, but we love each one child we get to our project. And we want to offer each one child love, care, acceptance, see to their health, education. We have in the project children from 3 or 4 years till 21, 22. It's really great to get feedback from each one child, because our donors who can support child or children, they are in touch with this child in the distance. They can write them letters, they then can write them, then can send them postcards or photographs on other small presents. And also the children can write the letter to his donor in Slovakia. Also, they can draw some picture or anything else. Also, the donor get every year a photo from this child or children, because we have donors who support one child, but also we have donors who support 3 childs, 10 childs, and also and more. But of course, it's great to support just one child, of course. So we are very happy when we get also success stories, and the donors are really thankful for this, because it is the main point for us to get the child what he need or she needs.
Yes, Dr. Lover.
Yes.
I think it is time out. We appreciate very much listening to you, and we would have loved more. But as factors of production dictate, time is one of them. Last word.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I said we are time out, and I ask you to make your final statement in 2 seconds.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this possibility and for this opportunity. Thank you very much. Wish you all a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vitek. Thank you, Dosulova, for the presentation. We are grateful. Now, can we move to Caritas Korea? Caritas Korea.
Hi. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Good evening again from Korea. I think I'm attending this meeting from the farthest. It's already evening here. And I'm Agnes Shin, in charge of the humanitarian and development projects of Caritas Korea. And Caritas Korea has been supporting a pilot project in Kabale Diocese, focusing on food security and agricultural development in partnership with Caritas Uganda. And it will be completed soon after 3-year implementation. So we have started to discuss the next phase project with Caritas Uganda. And we are a very small organization. So according to our partners' principles, we are working based on our partners' expertise, experiences, and strategic plans. So now we are expected to develop our partners with Caritas Uganda by preparing for the next phase. And thank you for giving chance to learn from you, Caritas Uganda, and all partners. Thank you.
You have been too short. Okay. And I was also guided by the Secretary General that those who are online, we could give them more time. Thank you, Monsignor. It is allowed. The next one has already spoken. This is Caritas Canton, Caritas Austria. That is Caritas Canton, they've already spoken. And I don't know if we still have one of the members online. We have opportunity for you. Those who are behind the computer, can you guide me? Do you see anybody? There's no one. Right, okay. So we can proceed from here, following our program for today. I am grateful that where we have reached, we have listened, We have interacted, and the next on our agenda is discussions. Discussion and way forward. So we are also mindful for gender. May I request Ms. Helen Chanikare to take us through this area of discussion and way forward with all the members. Come forward, you will guide us through, and thank you.
Thank you so much, John Bosco. Thank you so much to those who have presented your briefs about your organizations. It's very interesting to listen to them. It's very interesting to see that we have a lot of areas of conversion where we are doing almost the same things. But as the question raised earlier, how can we consolidate all that we are doing in order to be able to have a greater impact, to show our impact in Uganda and also elsewhere? For the next program, we are running behind schedule. So we felt that it would be good we remain at our tables so that everybody can have an input into this. We have a 10-minute discussion, 10-minute discussion focusing on 3 questions. 1, what can we do to strengthen the working relationship and synergy among Caritas fraternity in Uganda? What can we do? As we think about that, we can also go back and reflect on what the National Director presented, especially on Caritas Uganda's outlook, way forward, where we want to go. Think of the social enterprises, the strategic partnership, and then the local fundraising, as we are trying to come up with what can we do to strengthen our relationship. And then the second question or area that we can look at is that out of these interventions or the actions we have come up with, who should take lead? Who should take lead? We are here as a Caritas Internationalis member organization. We are sure there are certain areas that others also can take lead, while there are other areas that Caritas Uganda can take lead. So who should take lead of these different actions we have come up with? And then when should these actions be done? For 10 minutes. Try to discuss at your tables, and then we shall give opportunities for the tables to give us that feedback. Thank you very much.
Strategy for those who are online.
Those who are online. Those who are online, I think you can note down. We are going to, you can note down your points, and then those who are in the secretariat will capture these points and they'll read them out. Thank you so much. No, one person. Um, um, Members, the Secretary General advises us that this is the most critical part of this sitting. We should give it 15 minutes. Is that okay? Thank you.
Have you said Hey, you're not right. What's happening down? No, for me, I am the moderator. No. Listening. That is capacity. We are talking of new things. That is
So many, I think it's one person. They're not like. I don't see feedback.
So even you say, no, even I wish. So this is really that anything. And you say the things when yeah, because that's true. So we think we don't. So delivery this nothing, but the key thing that is tested, little whatever you get about the how was you? How was your so that's why that so that's why the studies no for when
Apply.
The point is can we take on I think we need to establish the different strength of the different characters and say that we benefit from the characteristics.
Okay.
And who will be the lead?
So go ahead.
Yes, and already we are demanding. That's what we do. We are already.
Yes. Second, who should take the lead? The interventions that you will have thought about here. What can we do to strengthen a working relationship? So what can we do? If you say we should build capacity, then you will say who should take lead? Or you can say we should have meetings, regular meetings of CIMOs and dioceses and Caritas Uganda. Who should take lead of that? Maybe Caritas Uganda or one of the CIMOs like that. So the action we think about, and then who should take lead. And then give us time frames. When should this be done? Monthly, quarterly?
maybe the area is like 10%, you know, like 25%. But I think that and when you can say what training. So it's not a money that we can get it. Because it's not that company thank for what was so how do you frame that? Do we say get into the venture that we can talk of research and
That one is a CIMO. Strengthen the capacity of the national level research. So that anytime there is any need, Caritas can do a research. We give the example of UN. UN is doing their research and it's very authentic. Why can't Caritas do research? We are the second biggest humanitarian organization next to UN. So that how much are we trailing them, learning from them?
But then what we are doing is well in that we can try to do but if that one, we have been trying yeah.
Forty-five minutes. Really. I'm interested to learn how to perceiving and defining their different qualities and characteristics of Uganda. We shall read those. What was the conclusion? Right, and then 5 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go. Yourself. Now, another point I was giving, members, we should not push everything to the CIMOs, but we can say the CIMOs can also tap from the expertise. For example, the national office is building its M&E system and personal expertise. Caritas Switzerland, you don't need to recruit M&Es. Come to Caritas Uganda, hire their M&Es, let them go and do your work. And then that is one way of supporting each other. Okay. We have strengthened it so they can pull from our resources. Okay. Okay. Even the research you talked about. One minute.
We have 1 minute left. One minute.
They come to present.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, members, thank you so much. By show of hands, a table that is ready, we can bring for you the microphone and then you give us feedback. I can see the first table in front is ready and they have the microphone.
Helen, I suggest those who have already written them down, the online people, you could read for us. Then we go for those who are physically here. Thank you.
Members, we draw your attention. I have here comment from Germany. Comment from Germany. And they say, he would be very interested, I would be very interested to learn how the Diocesan Caritas organization on the one hand and the National Caritas Uganda on the other hand are perceiving and defining their different roles in the National Caritas Network of Uganda. Thanks. And then we have the second from Caritas Slovakia. He says, to answer one, creating the online platform where we can meet and share ideas and strategies, the ways how to work together, organizing the meetings like this one once a year is also very good. It is important to set up the date well in advance so that even those who travel from abroad can plan their journey to participate. Thank you so much, Caritas Slovakia. Then we asked who should take the lead, and they say Caritas Uganda should do this. When should that be done? According to the time and personal capacities. But he already said up there that it should be annually, and it should be, the time should be set well in advance so that those who are outside can also participate. Thank you so much, Caritas Germany, and also Caritas Slovakia. So we come back in-house as we wait for other feedback from those online. This table was ready. Can we hear your feedback on the 3 questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Father Omaria Michael. I am from Soroti Catholic Diocese, and I'm the director for Caritas Soroti, or also locally known as Sokadido. The first question is what to be done to strengthen working relationships among the Caritases in Uganda. And our point is we must strengthen partnerships, collaborations, coordinations, and this should take immediate effect because we have been scattered. Everyone is doing his or her business. So we must strengthen partnerships, collaborations, and coordinations. And I think we're starting now. And this meeting already defines our path. Secondly, we should benefit from Charter for Change. And I think CAFOD defines it very clearly, and it's the way to go. Thirdly, we must strengthen capacities of the different Caritases in coordination, not just, but in coordination. What we want to do so that we can benefit from the localization agenda. We say now many partners across the globe are so much into localization. And for example, you said is so much keen on localization, even this year. So, but you said cannot give Soroti 1 million euros or $1 million if it has never handled. But it can give Caritas Uganda because of its capacity and also the definition of its wider coverage. So it can even give it 2 or 20 million US dollars for its implementation. And that is a great benefit. So we want to strengthen this coordination in the country, in Caritas Uganda, so that it can spearhead the different capacities and also establish what is lacking in Caritas Soroti, Caritas Fort Portal, so that it defines its strength to gain from the localization agenda. I hope it is clear. The other point is, can we address the problem of research and advocacy? We need to do a lot of needs assessment. We should carry out the national national research. For example, UN does its research and it rides on it. Now, Uganda, Caritas Uganda prides in coordinating 19 dioceses. This is across Uganda. So what we are saying is, can we also come out and define our own research that we can advocate and we become champions of advocacy for the social problems in our country? And you must know that if you are to gain from funding, many donors are oh, sorry. The other one is we should strengthen the multi-actor partnerships. That is one of the SGDs that is not well defined. And yet many organizations are willing to fund it. And already Caritas Uganda and the 19 dioceses can benefit from that. The other one is to strengthen our governance. We are just scattered. Tomorrow this one is here, tomorrow this bishop is closing, the other Caritas. So we must strengthen governance. Then we must initiate social businesses, enterprises for sustainability to benefit from the grand bargain. And I think CAFOD is defining it, that if they're giving us 20 million euros, the 5% must not be questioned, say that our enterprises will develop. But also we're going further, that if Soroti is good in research, why can't it, submit bids and do do work for Caritas for Portal, and that will be social enterprise, and so to Caritas Uganda. And then the other question is who will take the lead again, since Caritas Uganda is established. So Caritas Uganda will take the lead and remain in coordination. And finally, there are things that we must start now. We should have even started yesterday, but lucky enough, we can start now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, table one. Table one, table two, you ready? Please come. 3 minutes, if you can. Well and good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We show us some suggestions from group one, so we will not repeat them. I'll focus on those that they didn't mention. So one, we suggest that there should be mapping of listeners, both local Caritas and the CIMOs, according to where we operate, the expertise. And in that case, we should know who is working where. If you are keen, you realize that no one mentioned working with Caritas Kasese. Does it mean they don't have issues or problems? We should. So we think that should help us to know where should we focus and who should go where. And there are other voices that were not mentioned by the CIMOs. We are not partnering with them. And I'm very sure they have issues. And those communities need our support. So rather than all the resources being focused and skewed to one area by the CIMOs and partners, if we have such mapping, we shall be able to know where to concentrate with our resources and use them better. The other one, we're seeing we deliberate in verging on expertise, again, amongst ourselves, by building ready to go consortiums. I see we are having a lot of expertise. Different CMOs have different capacities. If we consolidate them and build ready to go consortiums, we can go for these funding opportunities stronger rather than going against each other. And we're saying that can be done by the national Uganda Caritas, but also by in coordination with the CIMOs to know who is good at what and how can we work with each other. The other one, we are saying we need to strengthen the capacity of the national and the Caritas based on capacity needs assessment. There are gaps. We've worked with each other. We know, should be able to know how do we strengthen each other. And we, as CIMOs, we need to be deliberate on this. When you give funding, don't look out the funding that will limit the partner to do organizational growth and development. Can we be deliberate as CIMOs and provide a flexible 5% direct cost? Or it could even be more, depending, such that the partner, the local partners, or even the national Caritas is able to use it for institutional growth and development without you asking for the details of each and everything. Lastly, we will just say that we need to work. If we talk localization as CIMOs and partners, let's implement the talk by not always just coming and conference without actualizing what we are talking about. So if we talk localization, walk the talk. What do you mean by localization? Let our partners understand and we implement the localization. And we think part of this, in terms of organizing, Caritas Uganda should organize learning and reflection for decision partners. Learn from what you do. Now that you consolidate the report, can you bring the decision partners to be able to learn such that they can be able to carry on such practices and be the engine at the regional level or even at the decision level? So we encourage that that should also be done. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you so much, table two. Thank you so much. We shall, yes, this table is already up. Can come and present. After that, we shall look at table four.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be in this plenary. And these things that I'm going to discuss here are not necessarily mine, but for the members. And other issues have been discussed, and I go straight to what we discussed in our group, and that is the principle of subsidiarity. From the subsequent presentations that we made here, we realized that some international Caritas organizations are operating within the country, but we've not been aware of that. And the suggestion here, therefore, is that let's pass through the National Caritas Organization as dictated by the principles of Caritas Internationalis. Let the National Caritas take precedent. The other is the capacity building. Somebody mentioned assessing the capacity of the National Caritas. When we talk about the National Caritas, it's not necessarily the Caritas Uganda in Kampala, but in Uganda as a whole. Assess our capacity, build our capacity to enable us to implement effectively and efficiently. And we at the national office should also be able to cascade that training or capacity to the dioceses. And that will enable us to uphold sustainability. Tomorrow when, say, CAFOD withdraws, tomorrow when CRIs withdraws, we should be able to continue building the capacity of dioceses and be able to sustain. And then coordination, I think we have to ensure that Caritas Uganda takes lead in this. We have all agreed that Caritas takes lead in coordination to avoid instances of duplication. You realize that most of the organizations are, for example, go to West Nile, and yet a gap is in Jinja, a gap is in Karamaja. So I think it should be incumbent upon Caritas Uganda to map out those gaps and be able to coordinate very well. And then the other is standardizing assessment tools. We have different tools, and you realize that when, say, Caritas Belgium asks for information, we give the information and they're able to say, this is lacking, this is lacking. So I think it's important for us as a Caritas fraternity in Uganda to come up with well standardized assessment tools that at any time you want information, you get all that you require. Answering the question of who takes the lead, I think we have all unanimously agreed that Caritas Uganda takes lead on this. And then we suggested that this is important. It's a precedent that has been made. Initially, we could take a long time to meet, and yet this is a forum where we are able to share experiences and also make recommendations that build on our capacity. So we suggested in our group that we have quarterly CIMO meetings of this kind, because they're important. If we have annual, then it means it might take us time to identify gaps. But when we have it quarterly, we can be able to, identify gaps, address them, and, enhance on our implementation. And then our group was able to suggest that we should also be able to have a WhatsApp group or any other group that, keeps us moving. It enhances on sharing of information, opportunities that may be there. We tap into that and be able to respond accordingly. Basically, the rest of the points that we have here have been mentioned, so it will not make sense for me to repeat. For this, I submit.
Thank you so much, David, for representing the table. We invite the next table to come and give us.
Well, all the presentation are being done by men again. And I would like to advise that, no, it's okay, can take. I would like to advise that for the sake of presentation, if we have the diocesan caritases, if we have the CIMO members, these are the people that we want you to see here, such that all the recommendations are taken to Caritas Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator.
For the sake of Msinya Kauta, I'm Alan Sebulime, representing Director Caritas Kampala. In our group, we've noted a number of issues, but some have been taken by events. So I'll just stick to those which have not been said. First and foremost, we appreciated the aspect of benchmarking, which is done during the Caritas week. But we noted that there is need to create working committees and strengthen them so that whichever benchmarking has been done, like the recent one you did in Caritas Congo, can be replicated and shared across the family, and people can learn more from what you found out, whatever you benchmarked as a family. We also noted that there is need to invite the CIMO partners in every Caritas week. And we need to be, if they all can't turn up, designate a representative, at least to be attending. Others can attend virtually, so that they journey together with, of course, what's happening in respective regions through Caritas Uganda. And of course, this is still Caritas Uganda responsibility. We talked also of developing, urging, I don't know how it will be done, but urging the CIMO partners to have like a joint strategic plan. This could be amazing, but what we meant here is at times you might find, for instance, besides the government funding, let me say Danida or NORAD, there could be some funding also, multilateral funding sources like EU and name it, which possibly you find a CIMO member bidding on another, but it could be jointly, they could jointly bid, possibly, and then you see that you align they plan to the jointly working together. So this is something we noted that is something maybe can't be communicated, but a working document where they have agreed on the themes at the CIMO, and then they see that happen. And also the alignment of the Caritas Uganda strategic plan with the CCM strategic plans, so that we could see who is doing what, which area, and then where does it fall. Especially, for instance, this emergency relief program or emergency relief thematic area or charity would be a cross-cutting theme in all the CCN Caritas strategic plan. So this is very key. Second, last we talked about urging the establishment of a database at the Caritas Uganda about the respective Caritas CCN profiles, the director, the areas of work, the current funding sources, and all that. So you have it. So whenever you get a CIMO partner or any other working into it, you can easily tell, no, Kasese is here, Kasese lacks this. So this is very critical, profiling the diocesan Caritas. I think this is what we had. Thank you, I submit.
Thank you so much, Alan, for representing the table.
For the sake of Monsignor, I'm Father Benson Abiwe Kango, the Director Caritas Nebi. Thank you. So my team, the last table on what we could do to strengthen the synergies which existed and the one we are creating now, they have been quite practical to the point. Some already mentioned, but allow me to point out the following. Establish and strengthen relationship through visits to learn more about these local Caritases or partners. That is for our CIMO members. Then secondly, WhatsApp forum was mentioned, which could be created today, and those contacts are put in place. Then meetings such as these are very important and should be regular. The physical one, they suggested, could be once in a year, but online could be regular when need arises. And then the hosting of this kind of meeting could be rotational. We identify a group to host it in a particular place, not necessarily only in Kampala here. So that is the suggestion. And then the secretary of today should compile and avail us with the names, contacts of directors and bishops of respective Caritases. That is quite practical. And then there should be a common project, especially in social enterprise, as suggested by the National Director, Father Hilary. And they mentioned something to do with the multi-skilling center or something. which could bring us together. Where we need accommodation, we go there, and other practical activities. And then the last, which summarizes it all, there could be a formation of a steering committee today appointed that you spearhead this in conjunction with the national office and give us a way forward. That is the practical one, the steering committee to compile all what we are presenting for immediate action. So we should take the lead. Yeah, as mentioned, Caritas Uganda should be the linking body, and the steering committee will be in contact with them. When should these actions be taken? Today, the steering committee could be selected, and then later, Caritas Uganda engage in them for further discussions. This is what we presented. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Father Benson. Is there any table that has not been represented? Yes, please.
Where are the ladies?
They are yet to come.
It is because the lady is moderating, so the men are coming. When the man was moderating, the ladies were coming. It's normal.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Father Jude Masembe, Caritas Director, Sanal Diocese. From our group, we had this to share, although some of the points have been already shared. So I will only point out a few that have not been mentioned. Regarding the strengthening of the relationship and the synergy, we need to have more joint planning meetings, have more interactions of this nature with the CIMO partners and, of course, the directors from the different dioceses. We need to build consortia other than working as small entities. At times, we work as independent dioceses, and because of the limitations that we may have, things may not work out. But when we come together as bigger consortia in the like in the archdioceses, we can do more. And then the other, it was also mentioned, profiling diocesan interventions. There is a lot that is being done in our different dioceses, but little is known. So we need to have profiling done. Then who takes the lead? Like others have mentioned, we also agreed that it should be Caritas Uganda in the coordination. When to start? Now.
Thank you so much. The different tables. I hope that the question from Caritas Germany has been answered, but I'll invite also the national director to allude to that a little bit. Issues that have come out strongly. We have seen issues to do with capacity building. And to me, this capacity building is double way. We are looking at CIMOs building capacity of the local Caritas, but the local Caritas can also build capacity of the CIMOs. For example, when you look at the management standards at Caritas Internationalis level, we are the same. And in Caritas Uganda, we have 2 people who have been trained at that level. If you have a big number of staff in Uganda, you can invite Caritas Uganda to also help familiarize or sensitize your team on Caritas Internationalis management standards. We are seeing issues of coordination. We are also seeing issues of mapping to know exactly where we are, both the CIMOs and also Caritas Uganda. When we say Caritas Uganda, we mean all the dioceses, not only the national office. I'll repeat that. We are seeing issue of forming coalitions both at by the local Caritases and also by the CIMOs together to join with us coalitions. We are seeing issues of sharing of expertise. This also can be both way. As we mentioned, Caritas Uganda is building its different units, the research and advocacy units, the M&E units. If you are thin, CIMOs are thin, you don't need to run to consultancy firms to come and do for you this. You can come to Caritas Uganda and we work as a family. We do for you the monitoring and we also do for you the evaluation and also the research. And we own this research together. Those are the issues, the key issues that we have captured that are coming out. I know our rapporteur team, that table is full of people who are putting all these informations together. They will share with us after this meeting. With this, I'll invite the national director to give a response to the issue raised by Caritas Germany.
I would like, thank you so much, moderator. I think because of time, you'll allow me to do two things. I'll respond to that question. I'll also brief Monsignor about what has transpired. And then if there is any other pending question in between, it can be asked as we move towards the wrapping up and closure, because we are past our agreed time by 10 minutes. For those who are not able to be here when I was speaking, or to be online when I was speaking, I mentioned the issue about roles. I'm just going to read them a little slowly to help those. The roles of the national office and the roles of the diocesan office in our coordination. Now I start with the ones of the national office. To be the liaison between the Uganda Episcopal Conference and the diocesan Caritases on the three mandates of Caritas, namely charity, human integral development, and institutional strengthening. 2, to be the liaison between Caritas Internationalis and Diocesan Caritas on behalf of the Uganda Episcopal Conference. 3, mobilize resources, identify development partners, take the lead in proposal development, and act as a liaison between these development partners and Diocesan Caritas. Now, that one does not stop Diocesan Caritas also to do the same. 4, support dioceses to work in consortia for easy resource mobilization and program implementation. 5, build capacity of the parties in resource mobilization. 6, support the dioceses in carrying out timely accountability and reporting to the development partners. 7, coordinate and harmonize program interventions to ensure there is consistency, efficiency, value for money, and professionalism in the delivery of the program to the intended beneficiaries. 8, write a consolidated report to contribute to the Uganda Episcopal Conference Corporate Report. 9, formation of and build capacities of the program stroke project steering committees. But of course, here even the boards and the others. 9, establish, maintain, and ensure the success of institutional sustainability programs initiated jointly. 10, initiate and spearhead joint local fundraising ventures. Those are the roles of the national office. The roles of the diocesan caritases. 1, deliver the project stroke program to the target beneficiaries or household most efficiently and creatively as possible. 2, be responsible for the day-to-day management and control of the program or stroke project in all its aspects in their respective jurisdiction, including human, material, and financial resources obtained under the program. 3, attend meetings or program meetings and any other meetings organized by Caritas Uganda to enhance the performance of the parties in the delivery of the program. 4, promptly report to Caritas Uganda any suspected or overt incidents of corruption and child safeguarding issues. 5, mobilize and coordinate communities on joint local fundraising ventures. 6, establish, maintain, and ensure the success of institutional sustainability programs initiated jointly. 7, contribute to joint biannual and annual progress, output, outcome, and impact reports and submit to the donors promptly. Of course, I think I mentioned about it's already here. So those are the ones for the dioceses. So I think that question is answered. Okay. Do you want me to continue brief, Monsignor? Okay. Dear Monsignor, our Secretary General, Monsignor John Baptist Kawuta, would like to thank you so much for accepting to be here at this time, despite your busy schedule with so many other activities, but above all with the Namugongo, which is now the heating activity at this in the whole country. And I would like to share with you that here, present and online, we have at least 12 CIMOs that have attended this. Yeah, 13. So maybe one is not captured. Codaid. If for just Monsignors to know, if I mention your name, you don't have to stand, but you can wave to Monsignor. Codaid, Caritas Belgium, Carford, Caritas Switzerland. I think he has worked out. Horizon 3000, but also representing Caritas Austria. Caritas Denmark has been online. He's online. They are online, actually. There are many. CRS, Caritas Korea, online. Caritas Norway, online. Caritas Slovakia, online. Did I omit anyone? Caritas Germany, online. So, and then we have 14 Caritas dioceses that have been represented. Diocesan Caritases that have been represented. So Caritas Kabale, Caritas Kasese, Caritas Arua, Caritas Fort Portal. Fort Portal has stepped out. Caritas Lira, Caritas Moroto, Caritas Kampala, Caritas Hoima, Caritas Lugazi, Caritas Soroti, Caritas Gulu, Caritas Casanaluero, Caritas Mbarara, Caritas Nebi,
Caritas Tororo. Have I omitted any Caritas? I finished them. Yes. Caritas Kasesa I did. I mentioned you. Yes. Okay. Caritas Ginger needs a new car. So if there is any donor who can give us a new car. Whenever we have a meeting, his car breaks down, we pull her on the road. So if you have any funds for a new car, give us a car. Now they are going to come when we are finished. The other time it broke when we went to Gulu again. So you help us. Okay, thank you so much. So dear Monsignor, those are the visitors we have, and then the rest are Caritas staff. Caritas staff, just wave to Monsignor wherever you are. And everybody is assigned a duty. Bishop Jumba, the president of Caritas Uganda, and the Bishop of Masaka Diocese was here this morning to deliver his keynote address. He apologized for not staying because he has another commitment as well. But I just wanted to share with you a key highlights of what he told us here. Caritas Mado is online. Thank you so much. I believe Caritas Cotido was meant also to be online. So Bishop Jumba emphasized unity among Caritas members in keeping with the prayer of Jesus from John 17:21, may they all be one. He also referred to Gaudium et Spes number 26, that God made us into a family. So we should not divide ourselves. 3, he emphasized that we should treat ourselves as a community and cooperate more. He pointed out that solidarity is an elementary Christian value and a practice which is not just socialism but witness, demonstrated as early as 1600s AD, when the smallpox broke out. He asked us that we are duty bound under the umbrella of Caritas to work together as a unity and stand with the needy. He asked us to increase transparency as we do resource mobilization. He emphasized the robust organizational support and capacity strengthening. And he said, if we want to transform lives in Uganda, there is a need to support agriculture, the agriculture sector, since Uganda's livelihood depends highly on agriculture. Of course, there are a number of other points that he mentioned, which were captured by those were the key that we wanted to share with you. Also, I made a presentation, which I'm not going to repeat, but this presentation had the following areas. I gave the history of our foundation, which is the Mother Church, and we work as an arm of the Uganda Episcopal Conference in matters of charity, human integral development, and institutional strengthening. I shared with them our bodies of governance, the Uganda Episcopal Conference as the highest body, of which you are the Secretary General, And then the commission, Caritas Justice and Peace Commission, who form our board, and the Caritas Uganda National Steering Committee, which is whose member come from the various ecclesiastical provinces. Then the dioceses also have their Caritas boards, and I believe all the members know this. Finally, I gave them all the rest of the things, telling them about how many people we serve, the amount of funds as per this year, and the three core areas, the model that we are driving this, we have started using our model of development has three pillars. One is the strategic partnership, building strategic partnerships. Two is strengthening the local collaboration, local fundraising. And three, building the social enterprises to increase sustainability in all what we do. Basically, I will stop there, and I would like to thank you again for coming. Thank you so much. And do you have anything? Okay. Okay. Is there anyone who has any question before we offer an opportunity to we invite the Secretary General?
Just an information. This meeting was being recorded, and we urge you to go to the website of Caritas Uganda. You will get all the informations there. It was recorded. That was the only piece of information I wanted to pass to members. Thank you.
Any other comment?
Thank you very much. Just like I said, USAID is currently profiling different organizations, and already they had a meeting in eastern part, and I think they're moving ahead to the West Nile, Northern, and Karamoja. So I would like to invite all of us to be interested, and it's a very good profiling they're doing for the different organizations. It's good to be known, and yeah, you said that's funding, and we should be known to them. So I think I shared in our Caritas forum one time, and just in case you have not submitted your details, what you do, it's good to do quickly, and also you will get an invite to attend the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any other? Father Mbusia, you seem to have a... Please give him a microphone, Iwan. There are floods in Kasese, for your information.
Yes, thank you, Father, and I respect Monsignor, Secretary General. Thanks for your attendance and for your presence here. Yeah, just as Father has said, I just want to let everyone in the house to know that in Kasese, we are currently experiencing a lot of landslides and floods. And I request that we have a moment of silence for some of our victims who died last week. There is a family which lost 3 children, and these were the only children in the house. Yes, so it was really a pity. When I was coming back from the burial, I also found when the road was already blocked by some landslide also, and I had to go back because I couldn't cross. So let us have a moment of silence to these children. Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord. May the souls of the 3 children and other 13 people who died last week in Kasese rest in peace. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have, for father's information, we have collected some little money. We have started with our staff. So as Caritas Uganda, and we encourage all others, we collect from our pocket. We can't keep telling other people to collect without us collecting. So when we shall deliver that, our in charge of charity and that program, she's over there. We are planning to help us with the little we have with this program before we rush to others, because that's the approach we would like to take. So thank you so much. Finally, you are the MC. Okay, finally.
Thank you so much. I'm the MC. I didn't want to talk, but in the spirit of our sitting here today, we've gotten information, very good information from Father Maria. And it's USAID. And I think our lead when it comes to USAID could be CRS. I am not saying she responds now, can be later, but I would expect that in the future, some of these opportunities can be relayed to Caritas in Uganda by the member organization from that country. But thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, now finally, I want to do thanks. To thank all of you for coming and for keeping the fire burning. I've been following your emails and, thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. And this discussion has been such an encouraging discussion. Thank you so much. We believe with whatever has transpired from this meeting, we have gone a miles away from where we were before. Thank you. But also to know you by person, by name, and to put a name to the face or a face to the name. This is powerful. Diocesan directors, don't hide. Talk to these people. If you have not talked to, you talk to all of them before they leave, because these are your friends. These are the ones Caritas Uganda is only helping, and we shall continue to create more forum, not only with our CIMOs, but also with other partners that can help us. Finally, I want to thank the staff of Caritas Uganda who have been highly involved in organizing this event, together with some members, especially Mr. John Bosco, Ludi Komakech, who have been very actively involved in organizing this event. And finally, the hotel for availing us with the space, but also they have been very generous. Of course, that is what would be expected, but not all hotels operate that way. So we want to thank you so much and wishing you all the best. With those, the DJs and those who have connected us to the network, and all those who have been online. Mr. Ivo, you are still online. Thank you so much. And all others that are still online. Thank you so, so much. Yes, I see many still are still online. Sitze, Mr. Lars, Slovakia team, we appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. Who is that one other? Father Raphael, thank you, thank you very much for keeping with us for all these hours up to now. I think basically that's it. Now, I would like to take this honor. I didn't thank my assistant director, Father. Father was in charge of coordinating the local team very much. Thank you so much, Father Dennis, and for all other activities you have done. I would like now to invite the Secretary General to speak. He can speak from here, to speak to us. And after, he's going to bless us, and then we are going to go for lunch. But I will still ask that we will take one more picture with him. Thank you.
My brothers and my sisters, I want to wish you a very good afternoon. Good afternoon to you all. I'm almost so sorry that I was not able to join you in the early morning. It's not that I sleep late, but I had other things that caught me. And one of them is very close to what we are discussing now. I was discussing with an organization which claims that all donations that come to the church should be recognized and passed on to them. So I said, for what reason? So we had some argument and we went on, but it is all over. The bishops have to speak about it. My apologies for really coming and delaying you. I also took the liberty to ask that some of your programs be extended. I really am sorry for being so impromptu, but I do know that you understand. And the reason for it is I found this meeting, or I find this meeting most significant. I want to include you among those who have made history. The Uganda Episcopal Conference, as well as Caritas Uganda, in 2007, began a movement towards this kind of discussion. For the staff at the Uganda Episcopal Conference, in one of the documents you have for your employment, it states terms and conditions of service. Inside, there are annexes. One of the annexes is, how do we work with our brothers and sisters from outside Uganda and those who are working in Uganda? The bishops came out with a writing and we began meetings, and the meetings were annual with the different caritases. Some of them even took trouble to come from Europe, and they came to Uganda, generally before the November plenary of the bishops. And they all came and they all agreed that we are brothers and sisters. The staff of UCS, please look at one of the documents, the appendix, how to work with the brothers and sisters from other countries. So you people are reliving history. The process went on. I think it was till 2011 when communication died. But I do remember in 2012, we inherited a very beautiful program from CRS. And it was a part of what USAID was doing with CRS. They bequeathed it to us, and it was a historic time. Since then, these projects have continued, and CRS has continued, but I know many others have continued. If I begin calling names, I might not call all names, but I know all have done. And today is a historic day that they have agreed again to meet together and discuss how we can afford cooperation and dialogue, etc., etc. I like etc. because the president says etc., etc. Please, so grateful. Thank you for organizing this meeting. And for those people from overseas who are online and from Uganda who are also online, deeply appreciated is your generosity and your kindness, Because we do know Caritas means God's love. Caritas is love. And we know Jesus says, by your love only will they know that you are mine. And therefore, deep at the heart is evangelization, is the crystallization of Jesus, concretization of his existence through the various activities that you people do provide. So many sincere thanks, so many appreciations. You are good people, and we thank you for accepting to continue the mission. You have seen the Ugandans as your brothers and sisters. For this, and the bishops are always most grateful. When I speak of the bishops, I mean the conference. And when I speak of the conference, it's the whole Catholic Church in Uganda. Thank you. Thank you very much. We want to pray that this movement that began today, which is a continuation of a previous engagement, continues with God's blessing. One thing that I must emphasize is your meetings today have ended the way the conference expects it to. Namely, we are not disagreeing among ourselves. All we are saying is there is plenty of space where we can all fly. The plane flies, the pilot is there, but he flies at a certain height. And the man or woman who is controlling the tower gives direction. I don't know whether now it's artificial intelligence at the tower who says, please move now here, jump this way, go this way. But whatever it be, there is a common direction. I want to appreciate you agreeing today that you are all in the same space. We just need to work together as a team. We are not stopping CRS from doing some of its projects, but we like CRS to share some of the information they have. Just as Caritas Norway, Denmark, Caritas Germany, all the organizations, you all share and we work together to bring about the love that is so much needed in our present world, to fight poverty, ignorance, disease, and all kinds of things. For this is a good achievement. We are not quarreling with each other. We are saying, you work, but let us have a common point where we can see everybody's activity. And I think you have aptly chosen Caritas, at least those who are here, have agreed that Caritas will give us the lead and Caritas will tell us CRS is here, CRS is here, and so forth and so forth. Just as Caritas cannot be everywhere, the Caritas Uganda, they can't be everywhere. And I must confess, Caritas Uganda has never reached my village. But I'm not angry at all. I keep saying, carry on, do the good work. When you arrive, some of us will be there, some of us will be elsewhere. This is not an appeal for my village, but just to say, you are everywhere. Do as much as you can, and what you can't do, nobody expects you to do. They say in Latin, nemo dat quod non habet. Nemo dat quod non habet. If you don't have, how do you give? If you rob, you'll end in jail. If they find you, of course. I also would like to emphasize, and this is just an emphasis, we are all in the same space flying together for the common good. Today, the word in the church is synodality. Everywhere you go. And I'm praying that children born during this period will be called synodality children. The reason for synodality is the Pope is saying, truly, we all want to work together. But do we ever talk together? Do we ever work together? We are far apart sometimes. The people don't know the name of the parish priest. Maybe the parish priest should say, I am Sabakaki, I'm from here and here. What do you want me to do? And the people will say, Father, your homilies are too long. And the parish priest will say, well, why are you interfering with my preaching? The people are saying, we are only making it possible for you to preach more effectively. So let me hope this organization and this meeting is going to bring about efficacy and whatever word suits, but it will always be in a synodal style. You talk together and so forth and so forth. When I was coming with Father Dennis, who came to pick me up, the people were on the roadside, were selling signs. And there is one that I like with the disaster. You remember that one? The yellow blue, the hazard one. I told him I'm going to start putting it in my office so that whoever comes to see me knows that this is a hazardous office. All of us can never succeed unless we work together as a team. I want
Hello, thanks for coming forward to take the picture. This lady wants to guide us where we are going to have our lunch from.
So you take the stairs down and go to the poolside. Say the poolside, you know, those the same relevance, please be very safe. I have the lunch to put.
The kind request, ladies and gentlemen, can we come and here, we take our